It's 6 o'clock with your BBC News. I'm Martin Emerson. It's a massive night for Newcastle as they look to book their place in the League Cup final next month. Eddie Howe's men take on Arsenal at St James's Park and lead 2-0 on aggregate after defeating the Gunners in the first leg last month. We've been chatting to fans ahead of the tie.
Shouldn't panic, get behind the team. Atmosphere at St James's Park under the lights, and I think we'll do well.
2-0 up, we've got a great scoreline going at the moment.
It's going to be a hard game. Newcastle's going to have to step up a bit compared to the last two games at home.
The build-up begins in Total Sport here on BBC Radio Newcastle in a few moments, and we'll have commentary from 8. A review of the handling of the Southport killer has found the teenager should have been considered a terror threat. However, his case was closed prematurely. Axel Ruder Cubana was referred to the counter-terrorism programme PREVENT 3 times before he killed 3 young girls at a dance class last summer. So David Omond is a former director of the spy organisation GCHQ.
I'm a little surprised at the conclusion that the PREVENT programme might have dealt with this individual. They should certainly have assessed him. But then it looked to me like a case where they should have been able to pass it on to mental health services because this individual did not have a belief in a particular ideology from which they could be de-radicalised.
A 15-year-old boy has been remanded into youth detention, charged with murdering another teenager at a school in Sheffield on Monday. Harvey Will Goose, who was also 15, died after being stabbed. No pleas were entered at the city's youth court today, and the boy will reappear in court tomorrow. A man who raped a woman while she was ill has been jailed for 8.5 years. 56-year-old Thomas Dodds from Hebburn in South Tyneside attacked the woman while she was being sick. Newcastle Crown Court heard he ignored her pleas to stop. He denied rape but was found guilty by a jury. In a statement read to the court, the victim said it will take her years to get over what he did, and she still has flashbacks. A Northumberland MP is pressing the government to improve disability access on the Tyne Valley Railway line. Joe Morris, the Labour MP for Hexham, called on ministers in the Commons to talk to local campaigners. They're concerned some stations have no step-free access while others have long walks to train platforms.
Campaigners like Tyndale Active Travel and Rosanna Lovett have expressed their frustration about the inaccessibility of stations across our beautiful constituency. So will she join me in commending their work to make travel truly accessible?
Equality Secretary Bridget Phillipson, who's also the Labour MP for Houghton and Sunderland South, agreed it's an important issue.
I know the Tyne Valley line very well, a very beautiful part of the country. It is important that the rail network is accessible for all passengers, and that is at the heart of our approach. I will make sure that Transport Ministers look into the case that he raises and provide some more information on what action is being taken for his constituents.
And 72 football clubs in the National League have written to the EFL board demanding more promotion and relegation places. They want to see the introduction of 3 promotion and relegation spots from next season. Gateshead are in the National League, South Shields in National League North. Currently, only 2 teams go up and down between League 2 and the National League. Gateshead are currently in a playoff spot, and they were denied the right to take part in the playoffs last season because of issues over their tenancy of the International Stadium, something that's now been resolved. Oldham are just a place above them, and their manager Mickey Mellon says change is needed.
It's got to happen. It's ridiculous that the clubs at this level are being stopped from growing into the Football League and adding some to the Football League. It's something that I've said even when I was in the league. I believe that there's 6, 7, 8 teams in the National League that would make the Football League better.
And your weather for the northeast, particularly if you're going to the football tonight, it will be dry and clear, but it'll be cold as well, light winds, and a little bit later on we'll have lows of around -3 to 0. That's your BBC Radio Newcastle News, and for an update anytime, you can ask your smart speaker to play BBC News for the northeast.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Well, we've had a few of these occasions, haven't we, with our various North East teams over recent years, but I can safely say that they don't get any less nerve-wracking. It's another at the brink of Wembley edition of Total Sport. The hotels in London have been booked. Indeed, plenty of non-refundable train tickets have also been acquired. But tonight, for Newcastle United, there remains a job to do. The 2-0 semi-final first leg win at Arsenal feels like a long time ago, mainly because it was. But tonight, with a place in the Carabao Cup final at stake, the Magpies have to get it right. A repeat of 2 years ago wouldn't go amiss.
Through for Almiron, the cut back, here's a chance for number 2! Brilliant! Sean Longstaff has got his, and Newcastle's second.
Yes, Sean Longstaff scored twice that night, of course. Might he be a key figure tonight with doubts over the fitness of Joe Linton? We'll have all the build-up, including that all-important team news ahead of what is an 8 o'clock kick-off tonight. As always, we will have commentary of the game. It's on BBC Sounds as well, and that will be followed by post-match debate and hopefully some dressing room reaction as well. So how do you see it going? How important is it? Who scores the first goal? And are you worried about Newcastle's recent form? How good is the Arsenal team that United will be up against? Get in touch tonight. I'll give you all of the contact details shortly. Eddie Howe, as ever, is remaining calmed, philosophical.
Nerves and excitement, they're closely linked to each other as emotions, and I think you have to try and focus on that side, the positive side, much more than the sort of the negative side. And I understand the brain can go in different directions.
Yes, which direction is your brain going in tonight? Also this evening we'll have the latest from Sunderland with spirits high on Wearside following that win at Borough. You'll hear from Dan Neil on tonight's show, and I'm sure that we will continue discussing the eye-catching displays of Enzo Lefebvre and Wilson Isidore. It's another huge night of football here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Settle down if you can settle down, and let us bring you all the build-up, all the action and all the reaction to what could be another hugely memorable Total Sport.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
So I'll give you those contact details now before I forget in the midst of all the excitement. 0800 234 6565 is the phone number, and you can also send a WhatsApp message 08000 321 333. Start your message BBC, start your texts with the letters BBC as well, send them to 81333. I'm Simon Pride, I'm here at St James's Park where kick-off is now just under 2 hours away. John Anderson, former Newcastle United fullback, is alongside me. Good evening, Ando.
Pridey, how are you?
I'm alright, how are you feeling?
I'm never felt better, thanks.
Okay, that's good to know.
I'm grand.
Good.
Yeah, nice and relaxed.
Any nerves kicking in at all?
No, none at all. No, nice and relaxed.
You once told me though that you get more nervous watching than you do playing.
Yeah, I do. There's still time. We just under 2 hours from kick-off, and just wandering down. There's a strange atmosphere outside. You know, you would think that it would be buzzing and bouncing and everybody looking forward to it, but it's a bit quiet.
Well, I've been speaking to a few fans outside. You'll hear some of them shortly, and they're all pretty more confident than I expected. I mean, last night Matthew Raisbeck, our Newcastle commentator, who's also here of course, was feeling a bit nervous. You're still nervous, Raise?
No, I feel a lot better today. Thank you for asking. I've sort of detected, I'd say, calm around St James's Park. I know you said it's not necessarily vibrant and bouncing as you might have been 2-0 up in a semi-final at the halfway point. They were probably more confident 2 years ago against Southampton, but I haven't sensed the fear that maybe you've seen on social media over the last week or so leading up to the match. Newcastle have got plenty of margin for error tonight, haven't they? And you know, that could be a big thing as well. But more than anything, just looking forward to what will be a brilliant occasion. There's going to be a live version of Local Hero played 10 minutes before kick-off. Wharf Flags have prepared something big as well, so the stadium will really, I think, be ready for Arsenal. Maybe like it was for Paris Saint-Germain last year. They need that kind of atmosphere and that kind of noise again tonight.
Well, yes, very exciting to build up to that 8 o'clock kick-off. It's a cool night. It's going to get colder, probably around about 2 degrees by the time it kicks off, but it's a still night. There's no wind, pitch immaculate as ever, and we'll talk a bit more about the game ahead in just a moment. Marco Gabbiadini, former Sunderland striker, is with us tonight as well. Hello, Marco, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm not nervous either.
No, okay, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. I might ask you for a prediction later, but you're not nervous. Do you get nervous for any games? Do you get nervous when you? Because you know when you're getting. Yeah. Do you get nervous when you're watching Sunderland? Were you nervous at the Riverside on Monday night? You didn't sound
actually,
it.
You know what? My heart was pounding a bit. Sort of. You know, just that last few moments of build-up, you do get the quickening of the heart rate. I thought
you got to watch that.
Yeah, you better be careful.
I know. I did feel it a little bit rising up my chest, but I was thinking, have I done the right thing here? But no, I think that's. There's a fine line, I think, between nervousness and excitement. You know, and
yes,
excitement is a nice feeling. You know, that I miss as soon as I went up them steps following Barnsley up to the back of the stand, and you see the pitch, that is, that as a sportsman and as a spectator, you do feel that little bit of excitement and nerves at the same time.
Marco, that's what Eddie Howe just said in the introduction. So that's obviously football psychology from two people who've been at the very top.
Yeah, because it's your life and you love it, and for the supporters as well. It's the same. It's a similar feeling. You're proud of your stadium. You're proud of, and it's representation, isn't it? That's what teams about. The shirt, the badge, all those scenarios that we talk about is all the same. And you go and you want to do well as a player. That's why I always did. You saw the fans. In the build up to the game, the filling up of the seats, and all that kind of stuff is the excitement. And as we're talking about here, it causes nerves, of course it does, and you'd be inhuman if you didn't have nerves, as is Ando.
Nick Barnes, our Sunderland commentator. I don't know, where would you Barnesy, where would you put yourself on a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 is beside yourself with excitement and 1 is devoid of all emotion?
1 what, for tonight.
Well, perhaps just generally. I don't know. It doesn't get beyond the 3 much, do you, Barnesy?
I don't tend.
Placid individual.
I'm a bit of the Tony Mowbray school. You don't get too up, you don't get too down, because football's so unpredictable that I just tend to row that middle.
One day he'll let himself go. One day.
One day you'll be Winnie the Pooh. At the moment you're Eeyore, but who cares?
We will talk Sunderland shortly. As I mentioned, we'll hear from Dan Neil, Sunderland skipper, on the show this evening. But where else to start but here at St James's Park, where Arsenal are the visitors. Newcastle 2-0 up after the first leg of the EFL Cup semi-final. You can always tell it's a big game, I think, when you look around the media room before the match and you see star name after star name. There was a cracking five-a-side team down there, actually, which consisted, they're all talking to each other, of Shay Given, a couple of fullbacks as well in Stuart Pearce and Gary Neville. Chris Waddle was there, and Jamie Redknapp too, so that wouldn't be a bad side, would it?
Decent.
Did you mention Gary Neville?
Yes.
Would you have Gary Neville in your five-a-side team?
Well, looking around the press room and everybody else, yes.
Oh, right, that's what you're choosing, right? Okay.
Well, maybe Ando, to be fair, at right back.
I wasn't there.
Gary Neville, but he wasn't there at the time, no. No, I probably would. He was a pretty good player, Marco. I can pass on a message though if you think otherwise.
He's not a five-a-side team. If you were picking 5 players for a five-a-side team, you wouldn't pick Gary Neville.
Okay,
I'd only pick 1 defender for a five-a-side team. But anyway, we're going into something deeper.
They've reached the League Cup final a couple of times, Razor, haven't they? 1976 when Man City beat them at Wembley. Then 2 years ago it was Manchester United who beat them. But just avoid a 2-goal or more defeat tonight, and then it will be Spurs or Liverpool under the Wembley Arch on May the 16th.
March the 16th, yes.
March the 16th.
Don't want to correct you, but yeah, don't book a train for May the 16th if there's any left. Just
I don't know when the FA Cup final is, but it might be around then. So,
I think it is that weekend actually. So yeah, maybe you should, because they're still in that. They could get to Wembley 3 times this season, couldn't they? But in terms of the League Cup, if Newcastle win tonight, on the night, then they're going to the final. If it's a draw in 90 minutes, Newcastle are also returning to Wembley. If they lose by a single goal, whether that's 1-0 or 4-3 or whatever, then they will win on aggregate, so there'll be no need for extra time. They'll be through. But the complication for Newcastle comes if Arsenal win by 2 clear goals in the 90 minutes, then that would take it to extra time and then potentially penalties, and like you say, 3-0 win for Arsenal, a 3-goal margin victory for Arsenal, whether it's across 90 minutes or after 30 minutes of extra time, means that they go through instead. So like I said earlier, Newcastle got a lot of margin for error, and we mentioned this last night, but before the first leg, and Arsenal had been on a long unbeaten run before the first leg. They were in great form, like they have been since the match at the Emirates Stadium. We said if Newcastle lost 1-0, people would probably be really happy and fancy their chances here in the second leg, nighttime game at St James's Park. They won 2-0, so they're in a brilliant position, and we must remember that.
Ando, does having been in a similar position 2 seasons ago help them? Obviously it was Southampton then, but they had a lead and came here and finished the job off. And so a lot of these players that played 2 years ago, have experienced that, and so that presumably just helps them deal with the occasion a bit better?
Stands them in good stead, there's no doubt about that. I think we always felt that we were always going to beat Southampton. Look, we've given ourselves a huge opportunity. I don't think anybody would have predicted coming away from the Emirates with a 2-0 half-time lead. You know, I think if you had offered 0-0, even getting beat 1-0, a lot of people would have taken that as well. But we've given ourselves a huge chance.
Yes.
The only thing you would say is that we've lost our last 2 here at St James's, conceded 6 goals. I think it's a free hit for Arsenal, if I'm perfectly honest. I think all the pressure is on us because Arsenal are 2-0 down. They've got nothing to lose. They have to go for it. They might as well get beaten 2 or 3 here tonight and trying to get back into the tie. So I think that all the pressure is on us.
And could that be the right approach for Newcastle if Arsenal play that way, Ando Pridey? Because against a low block, which they sometimes face at St James's Park, it can be difficult to get through. Now, Bournemouth obviously played with a lot of attacking intent and intensity, and they pressed high, and Fulham took it to Newcastle in the second half. But maybe that could be perfect, could play into their hands, couldn't it? Depending on who's available, and it would open up the game, and it would give Newcastle, with all their running and their attacking players, the chance to win on the night.
Let's hear a little bit from Eddie Howe. Newcastle's performances since the first leg, as Ando's already mentioned, haven't been great, and Eddie Howe knows that some fans are therefore nervous about tonight.
Nerves and excitement, they're closely linked to each other as emotions, and I think you have to try and focus on that side, the positive side, much more than the sort of the negative side. And I understand the brain can go in different directions, but I think ultimately when you look at this game and you go, we're in a cup semi-final, what a great opportunity we've got, and that's if it's 0-0. So forget any talk of a lead, it's 0-0. What a great opportunity for us at home to attack the game and try and embrace everything that we're facing and do our best, and that's what we're going to try and do.
Yeah, I guess, Ando, that fans tend to feel very, very differently to players. Mainly, I guess, because their influence is minimal. There's nothing that fans can do, so maybe you do feel a bit more nervous when you're a player. You know, you can affect what's going on. But interesting to hear Eddie Howe's psychology there, wasn't it?
Yeah. Semi-finals, I think the philosophy and the outlook on semi-finals are different than any other game, because we've given ourselves a huge advantage, albeit it's only half time. You're 2-0 up against a side that are chasing a league title. You know, they want to win the league, but I think if we go and play and we press the way that we did down at the Emirates, that intensity is there. And the one thing I would say is the last couple of games at St James's, that intensity hasn't been there. You know, that high press, that getting close to people, that just hasn't been there. So hopefully we can rediscover that tonight. But look, it's all about being professional and getting the job done tonight.
Yes.
You know, you've got to have a professional outlook on it. You can't just go gung-ho and say, oh, we're going to attack them, and leave yourself vulnerable at the back. You've got to be measured in everything that you do.
Yes, indeed. You should be down there in the dressing room. Team talk. Here's a question for Eddie Howe, or Andy Howe answering a question which Marco will very much like. It's about the old 2-0 scoreline, Marco. Does Eddie Howe think that 2-0 is a dangerous scoreline?
I think the 2-0 scoreline in itself, would we want to be in this position? Yes. Is it a dangerous scoreline? Well, it's only dangerous if you don't perform. So for me, the message is we have to perform. We have to be ourselves, and we have to be all the good things about Newcastle when we're playing well. That's the challenge, and I think if we are, then hopefully everything else takes care of itself. So focusing too much on the scoreline and the dynamics of that, I don't think is healthy for the brain. So just think a clear head. Let's attack the game in our way. My messages and the coach's messages, really important to try and mould and shape our attitude to the game, and that's the key thing. I think sometimes you can over-egg these things. I think the players know what we need to do. We need to perform well, we need to play well, and we need to try and win the game.
Yeah, Marco knows, I know, you two probably know as well. I bet it wasn't you that asked that question, was it, Reza, or was it?
No, it wasn't me, but he also said at another point in the press conference that the debate about whether 2-0 is a dangerous lead, I know it's a cliche, is something that maybe requires a longer, deeper answer at some point in the future, so we might return to that later in the season.
It requires
of times
a dismissal as an answer.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous stat, isn't it?
It's much more statistically likely Newcastle will go through them because they're 2-0 up than if they were just 1 up. It just is. Look at the bookies' odds that they work on statistics and probability. There's probably around about a 75% chance. If you were looking at it coldly as a statistician, Ando, if you were looking at it coldly, you'd say 75% chance of Newcastle going through.
Yeah, the bookies have got Arsenal down to win the game tonight, but they've got us down to actually go through.
Yes.
And the bookies very rarely get it wrong.
So, yeah, Arsenal being the most likely to win it tonight, but yeah, obviously those odds are a little bit tighter. Okay, well...
in a way, though, I mean, the only thing you would say, in a way, if you're 2-0 in one particular game, then you should win it. That, you know, we've proved this before, haven't we? It's like something silly, like 70% of games that you do win. But this is a separate game, and that is where it could be different. That maybe Arsenal were in as good a place as they are now. You know, maybe they're playing better this week than they were back in January. So it could be a bigger.
It could be easier for a team to claw it back, on a fresh night.
I honestly think if we'd have played Arsenal the week after we'd been to the Emirates, we'd have won here.
That would have been fine.
No doubt about it.
So the gap in between might have made it.
But the performances as of late haven't been great.
Yeah.
Mind you, in saying that, there was a time when Arsenal were 4-0 up here at half time and didn't win.
Yes, more of that to come, because of course this is the anniversary of that, isn't it?
It is
on this very day.
It is, yes.
On this very day back in 2011, and so I know Razor's gonna play a little bit of that out.
Oh, don't play the goals out, please.
Just a couple of them. Play a couple of them out.
Yeah, well, we might play the last two. Because 14 years to the day, an incredible match. What are the chances of it being Arsenal here and the threat of a comeback hanging over us? But that was a special goal from Cheick. We will relive that before kick-off.
Now, they've been here before 2 seasons ago, of course, when they ended up runners-up to Manchester United.
Yeah, I think it is useful. I think we can draw on those experiences that we had in the semi-final against Southampton. It wasn't simple. I thought we played well actually in both games, but it wasn't a simple passage. There's certain hurdles we had to navigate in that game. Of course, the final was a different experience, but I think we can still look back to it and can help us in these moments. We had the Champions League campaign as well, all those experiences you go through. So I do think the group has got the armoury to deal with different moments that can happen. We've got a lot of experience in the team, players who've played in big games. Hopefully we can utilise that if we need to.
Yes, so let's talk about the team and what changes might be made. Obviously Joe Linton, we'll find out sooner rather than later whether he's fit or not. If he's fit, he plays, obviously.
Well, we've been watching the players arrive and we haven't seen Joe Linton. That doesn't mean he's not here. We just haven't seen him. Callum Wilson is here, so I think we're expecting him to take a place on the bench.
Yes.
Look, options if he goes for a straight swap. Joe Willock, who started the first leg, and I think in a game that could be open because Arsenal need to score at least 2 goals to avoid going out. Then if you've got a player with Willock's running and athleticism in a match like that to get Newcastle up the pitch when he's on form, he could be really good and could be really effective. There's Lewis Miley, who is looking physically stronger but hasn't had much football since returning from injury. Sean Longstaff is a player Eddie Howe really trusts and won them the second leg 2 years ago. But could they even do something different tonight?
What do you think, Ando?
I think if Joe Linton's not fit, he goes with Longstaff. And people will probably shouting at the radio now saying no. But I just think, as Razor said, Longstaff is one of those people that Eddie Howe trusts. He's got faith in. He does what he's told. He carries out instructions.
And he did score twice in the semi-final.
And he's tried and tested as well. Young Miley, look, at nothing again. I think young Miley's going to have a real bright future. I think he's grown into himself. This is something we spoke about, and I think his time will come. Joe Willock, I just don't think he's a player whose confidence is high at the moment. I think he's a little bit low on self-belief and a little bit low on confidence at the moment. That's why I think if Joe Linton's not fit, he goes with Longstaff. But we'll see.
We shall see. We'll get the team news.
But as Razor said, I mean, he could do something different as well. But
he could. Will he go a bit more defensive because they have a lead to sit on? Probably not.
I would be surprised if he changes a back four that he's got. He seems to have plenty of trust in.
It would be unusual.
It's not really the sort of thing he does, but some supporters have been critical in when it comes to what they would feel is the absence of a plan B. So maybe they could do something like that. Whatever they play, they will still have pacey, in-form attacking players up front in Gordon, Isak and Murphy, we would expect. So at the top end of the pitch, that would be unchanged.
We will have team news an hour before kick-off tonight. It's not a Premier League game. We'll get Premier League team news a little bit earlier than we do for a cup match, but we'll be able to bring that to you straight after the news at 7 o'clock tonight. But do get in touch in the meantime with your thoughts on what you think Eddie Howe might do if he's going to tweak his team, either in terms of personnel or even tactically. Do let us know what you think. Let's hear from a few supporters now. As I mentioned when I was wandering around outside the stadium a little bit earlier, there were a lot of people arriving early for a match of this magnitude, and I had a chat to a few of them. What are your names?
Felicia. Brennan. Maxwell.
Callum. What's going to happen tonight, Callum?
I think 1-0. I think we'll win. But I think 1-0.
A little bit nervously to me, I think.
I am a little bit apprehensive, but I think we'll be all right.
What do you think's going to happen?
I would say Newcastle 1-0.
Okay, have you been to a game here before?
This is my first time, and I actually lived here for 2 years. But
okay, so it's a pretty big one to be your first one.
Yep, and this is our second.
Who's going to win? Newcastle?
Yeah.
I thought you'd say that. What about you? What do you think?
Yes.
Yeah. What's the score going to be? Can you tell me what the score's?
0.
8-0. Enjoy it, everybody. What are your names?
Derek and
Anna.
What's going to happen tonight, Derek and Anna?
Win, mate, win.
Just win the match. You don't draws enough.
Nah, win, mate.
Go out there, and is that the attitude?
We need to score early.
Wembley.
Score early, and we'll win.
All right. BBC Radio Newcastle. You'll come on, won't you?
I'll come on.
What's your name?
Michael Douglas.
Michael. That's a great name. What's going to happen tonight, Michael?
It all depends how Arteta sets up. If he goes for the quick press, high game, we'll destroy them on the counter attack. Anthony Gordon, Alexander Isak, Jacob Murphy will destroy them for pace tonight.
Dan Burn will destroy them for pace.
Dan Burn is fast as out.
You know, a draw would be enough tonight, but the way you're talking, you're thinking, it could play into Newcastle's hands that Arsenal have to go for it.
Without a doubt. We can't sit back and expect to defend for 90 minutes. We've got to play our normal game. We've got to go out, we've got to attack, high press, high intensity, and we've got to take the game to them. If not, we're walking a tightrope.
What's your name? John. What's your prediction for tonight?
I think 1-1.
Have you already got your Wembley accommodation and everything sorted out?
I booked it after the 2-0 win up there.
I can tell. I think a lot of people have done that. Finally, what's the best Michael Douglas film?
Basic Instinct,
Just wondering. He said he knew you as well, by the way, Michael Douglas, who I spoke to there outside the ground. He said he'd see you later, and slightly ominously, yes. But there we go.
I don't know where he's going to see me.
Well, I don't know either. But keep an eye out for him. But good to hear those views and everyone in the air. Feeling fairly bored. There were a few that were so nervous they wouldn't speak to me, or just didn't want to speak to me.
I just didn't want to talk to you. Yeah. I know how they feel. Yeah, look, I think there's a lot of people out there who are nervous. It's 90 minutes from another Wembley visit. But I just think if we go and do it properly, we'll get the job done. I think if we play anywhere near as well as we did down there, we'll be okay.
Okay, you're paid to talk to me, so you have to.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah,
whether you like it or not.
About that, actually, yeah.
Razor, thank you. We'll talk to you again a bit later. You'll be on Look North probably tonight. It's one of those nights, is it?
They couldn't get anybody else.
Oh, I don't believe
because they're all so nervous. They didn't want to talk.
What about all those star names that I mentioned earlier that are hovering around? But no, they still want you.
No, they're out of reach, I think, for Look North. So, yeah, but I'll be back with you at 7.
Razor's cheap.
News. Very cheap, very cheap.
We'll look
affordable.
Forward to hearing that team news. If you'd like to have your say in the meantime, do get in touch. We'll bring you an Arsenal lowdown tonight as well. You probably know quite a lot about them already, but we'll just find out exactly how people there are feeling ahead of tonight's game. Ando, you can have a break now as well. Ando's off to get himself a cup of tea because we're going to talk Sunderland next with the time just approaching 6:30.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Lots of Newcastle United fans getting excited for the game later. We have got word that Rossi Moore from the Belford Mags is choosing not to go at the game and is instead going to be watching Cinderella with his missus. We thought this is incredible breaking news. I'm pleased to say our roving reporters have tracked down the man in question. Ross, can you confirm or deny the rumours?
There'll be no Cinderella, just the football.
You're not putting your other half ahead of the football for once, Ross.
Never.
It's the foundations for a beautiful relationship. Enjoy the footy, Ross, and enjoy it if you're going. going. We'll be back tomorrow morning, whatever happens.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
Yeah, Cinderella and football doesn't mix. I mean, she's always running away from the ball, for one thing. And she's got a pumpkin for a coach. Doesn't help either, does it? No. That's all my Cinderella football jokes. Did you like them, Barnesy?
Very good.
Thanks. So, should we hear from... Yeah.
What? You can tell you've got two young children. They're proper dad jokes. They are.
They certainly are.
Yeah.
Best I can do. To be fair, I'm very, very surprised that Matt didn't use them this morning. But he's not in my league. That sort of thing, frankly. Dan Neil, we're going to hear from him this evening. I'm sure, Barnesy, that he was a very, very happy Sunderland skipper after the game.
Well, not so happy because it wasn't meant to be him doing the interview after the game.
He didn't want to speak to you,
but the person they had allotted to do the post-match interview had scarpered off.
Who was that? Name and shame.
I will name and shame him later.
Okay.
Because there's a good reason for that. Anyway, so Dan was dragged back off the bus to speak to me, but he had a smile on his face. And firstly had a reflection of the win on Monday night at Middlesbrough.
We've been here the last 2 years and it's been really tough. It's a really tough place to come. They're a good team, don't get us wrong, but we always knew the first 15-20 minutes here, it's the crowd get right behind them. They've got a really good attacking style of football. It's tough to get a touch sometimes in the first 20 minutes. We obviously didn't get off to the best of start. I think again it shows the character of the lads to, once that first goal went in, we probably grew into the game more. Put the foot on a little bit, compose ourselves, managed to find the equaliser. Then, you know, when we came in at half time, we said, listen, just relax. Like, we're more than good enough to go on and win this game. And I think we'll look back on this at the end of the season as a massive 3 points.
Yeah, could well be, Marco. And as well as the sort of the players that perhaps more eye-catching in their skill set on Monday night, Dan Neil did catch your eye just for his overall performance too, didn't he?
No, look, Dan has, he's not flashy, but he's got very good control and appreciation of where he is on the field and bringing into play other players as well. So, look, he's been probably our most consistent player this year, and on top of that, part of a team that's overachieving and you're fighting at the right end of the table. So he takes great credit for that, I'm sure. But he's also very modest, isn't he? He's not a player who's making a big show of things or celebrating as some of the other players are. He's fairly humble and I think he goes down well with the fans.
Yes. And Dan Neil also addressed something which people have been talking about quite a bit. Sunderland sometimes starting games a little bit slowly, Barnesy.
Well, he mentioned that in that last clip, didn't he? He said he wasn't the best to start. So what about this issue of starting slowly, having to play themselves into the game after 15 to 20 minutes?
Yeah, I think especially away from home. At home it's a little bit different. I think we start probably a little bit faster. But it's like that when you go to any ground. They're always, we're high up in the table, so whichever team will go to play, they're always going to be bang up for playing against the top six side. So we knew that the crowd was going to be right behind them. We knew that they were going to make life difficult for in the first 20 minutes. But once we weathered that storm, I had full confidence in we're coming back and win the game, and I think we could have won it by even more, to be honest, with the chances we had second half.
Yeah, so maybe it's not always about starting quickly, Marco, but almost in a game like that, kind of trying to blunt the opposition, knowing that then you will come into it and trying not to concede. Obviously, they did concede on that occasion, but still came back. But it's not always about going out and having a real go from the first whistle, is it?
No, and the different teams give you different problems. And look, I was looking forward to the game because I thought Borough would have a go. They weren't going to come and sit back and try and defend and for a point, which other teams have done against us. I mean, we saw this in the Burnley game as well. Where I thought we were, we had 11 men behind the ball for the first 15 minutes or so. We were happy to let them have it, and they tried. There's quite a lot of switch plays in that, switching of play in that game, but they never got in behind us because we had the numbers in and then obviously we grew into the game, and that's what we did the other night. Obviously it would have been nicer if we could have sort of grown into the game at 0-0, but we were 1-0 down and probably could have been more. That Borough really had a go for it in those first 15-20 minutes, but there is also that takes a lot out of players sometimes. You wind your team up, you wind your fellow players up sometimes and say, come on, we're going to go and really have a go at these lot, we're going to show them what we're about, and you do that for 20-25 minutes, and then all of a sudden you have to take a deep breath, and you sort of realise that you've maybe overdone it a little bit, and I think you could see that. I think our reaction to their goal, and we got back level, and then from then on really, I think Borough had a little spell when they scored the second equaliser, but really after that first 20-minute spell, Sunderland were the better side and showed their superior play really over which we've seen over the season.
I've spoken over the last couple of days to a few fans of different clubs around the country, really, including some who support Championship clubs. And I think, Barnesy, it's fair to say that Sunderland's football, I know Sunderland fans have been enjoying it, but it's started to catch the eye of people elsewhere as well now.
Interesting, I saw a post on social media today from a Portsmouth fan because there'd been a 2.5 minute sort of clip of all the Le Fay touches put onto social media, and he said, thank God we don't have to play this lot again. So I think you're right. I think if they watched the game on Monday night, some of the football Sunderland played then was great, and especially I think true of the second half on Monday night.
I think what's good about this team is that we can do it in a different way as well. I think we said at half time that we need to be a bit more aggressive. We need to put a foot in a bit more, be a bit more kind of flying around the pitch, because first half was a little bit laboured. And I think that's what's good about this team. I think we can play that possession-based football in certain games, and then in certain games we can sit behind the ball and hit teams on the transition. And you've seen that for Wilson's goal, perfect example of it. Sat back in, nicked one of their passes. Wilson's so fast, put it into space, and he's got the coolness to finish it off. So I think that's a really big positive about this team. We can do both sides. We can control games with the ball, and we can control games without the ball.
Yeah, it's great they're challenging at the top, but when some of the football's a joy to watch as well, Marco, it makes for a very enjoyable season of football, basically.
Yeah, I mean, look, you always start the season with hope, and we've I think the fans after last season definitely needed some hope, because I think many of us, and me included, didn't think it was going to go as well as it has this year. The season has been not only fruitful in the points that we've won, but also enjoyable in the way that we've played. We've got a style of play which is really eye-catching and exciting, and we've scored some really quality goals, and we are a team that scores. We're maybe not the top scorers, but we don't concede too many. But there's lots of good stuff about it, and I think that's interesting what you're saying there, just being a little bit stronger in the tackle, a little bit more forceful. And that that's an interesting dynamic, because I think often against teams against us, their two midfielders, Hackney and Morris, they got. I think Morris got booked earlier on, but I don't think Hackney got booked. Did he, Nick, in the end?
No, he didn't. No.
The number of fouls that they committed was ridiculous. Yes. So you've got to sort of
he put the word hack in Hackney, didn't he?
He certainly did. I mean, it's like the referee was just wiping the slate clean every time he clattered somebody. It was yes. Ridiculous. And so you've got to match that, and that's another improvement that we've seen from this squad this season.
Let's hear a little bit more from Dan Neil, a couple more clips to listen to, and I'm sure, Barnesy, that you asked him about Enzo Le Fay, did you?
Well, could I? And Dan thinks that performance at Borough was his best since his arrival.
I thought some of his touches were class. You can tell that he's played at a really good level. Sometimes when we were kind of under pressure a little bit, and we found him. He managed to go past his fullback, get up the pitch a little bit. His link-up play with Dennis and Job in that left triangle was really good, and you can see him growing each time. It's difficult. I always say English football is completely different to any other football in the world, whether it's Premier League or Championship. So it was always going to take a few weeks for him to kind of get up to speed with it. But I think you're seeing probably his best performance so far in a Sunderland shirt.
Yeah, it hasn't taken him too long, Marco, to be fair.
No, he's settled in nicely, and he's probably delighted to be involved in a game like that. After the way his season's gone, to come into a team that's on a high and into fixtures like that and playing in front of a really exciting atmosphere and great support from the away fans. Dream come true for a player like that who's probably had been twiddling his thumbs too much this season. So he's making the most of it. I think we've got to get the ball to him. I think that the more games he plays, I think the more the players around him will realise what a real asset he is, and we will keep stuffing the ball down his neck and giving him lots of opportunities.
And it crossed my mind today thinking about Lefay, and if Regis Lebris does eventually move him into the middle because Mundell will come back in on that left-hand side, what a benefit he's going to have in playing alongside Patrick Roberts. You look at Patrick Roberts and we always talk about how he misses Ahmad, and now suddenly you're going to get someone like Lefay in the team playing just behind behind Isidore, with Patrick Roberts coming in off that right-hand side. That could be a whole new dynamic.
Yes, indeed. Let's hear one more clip then of Dan Neil. Will Dan Neil be keeping a close eye on the fact that Leeds are playing tonight? They're at Coventry, aren't they? And
I did wonder that, because of course they missed out that opportunity against Plymouth after seeing that Sheffield United had lost on the Friday night to Hull. They played at Borough on Monday night after they knew the results of Leeds and Sheffield United and Burnley at the weekend. Does he keep tabs on the table?
It's hard to kind of not know what they've done. You're always going to have a little peak, but I think it's important that the squad just take it game by game. I think the only people that can stop us from getting to where we want to get to is ourselves, and that's becoming complacent and focusing on other teams too much. And I think last week was probably a prime example of that. I think we've seen everyone drop points and playing bottom of the league, Plymouth, and we maybe just turned up and thought we could win. And we said in the change room after the game, in this league you can't just turn up and expect to win a game. There's teams fighting for their lives, there's teams fighting to get back in the playoff push, and we learnt a harsh lesson last week, which I'm sure won't happen again.
I told you Burnley would smash Oxford 1-0 last night, and they did, didn't they?
Well, they did, yeah. They moved up to second as a consequence. Blackburn lost at Queen's Park Rangers. Did say last night though that Queen's Park Rangers are one of the form teams in the Championship at the minute.
Yes.
As you mentioned, Coventry at home to Leeds tonight as well. Trey Hume's been nominated for the Championship PFA Fans Player of the Month award for January. In that month he had 3 clean sheets, a goal and an assist.
Good
now to the person that dodged the interview on Monday.
Yes.
Did so prematurely perhaps for his birthday. Happy birthday today, 28, to Patrick Roberts. He's an old man in this team, isn't he?
28, he is indeed. You know who he shares his birthday with in football circles?
No.
You must have heard this today. Has this passed you by? A current player has turned 40. It's passed all of you by.
Messi?
Not that one, the other one. He won't thank you for the one that it is.
Ronaldo.
Yeah, Ronaldo's 40. He's 40 today. Yes. Actually, Georgie Haji, Carlos Tevez and Neymar also have birthdays today. It's a good day to have a birthday, I think. Perhaps.
Every day is a good day to have your birthday.
Thank you very much indeed, Barnsey. We'll talk to you again on the show tomorrow evening. This is Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle. I'm Simon Pratt. I'm here with Ando at St James's Park ahead of an 8 o'clock kick-off. Newcastle against Arsenal. We'll have team news very shortly, or after the news at 7 anyway. The time now is just coming up to 7:15.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
We're going to have a chat to Tom in a moment, who's a Newcastle fan waiting on the line. I'm just going to do a few of the messages, though, because loads and loads of people have got in touch tonight, which we always very much appreciate, and sent messages on WhatsApp on 08000 321 333 and text on 81333, starting those messages, as you have to do, with the letters BBC, otherwise we don't receive them. Now, Brian says, supporting the tune since the 1960s, I always fear the worst, and I'm nervous, despite our lead. No need to be gung-ho. It's Arsenal who need to score, says Brian. I would play the way that we do in the second half of most away games. So keep it tight, Ando, and use our front three on the break. And we need tonight our big players to step up, says Brian.
Yeah, I think, as I say, I think the emphasis is on Arsenal. They need to get back into the game. You know, they need to throw bodies forward, which could play into our hands, actually. You know, if they leave space and at the back, especially with the pace that we've got up top, and Gordon, Isak, Murphy, hopefully we'll be able to exploit that. But look, I don't think Arsenal will come straight out and just throw bodies forward. You know, I think it's still 90 minutes to go in the game.
Yeah,
I think they'll be measured in what they do, but you know, I think we've got to be sensible in the stuff that we do. I think we get forward when it's there to get forward, get it into the forward players when we can, but we've got to make sure that we keep it tight at the back.
William says we need to start Pope, Botman and Trippier. Arsenal are set-piece specialists. Crowd the keeper, and Dubravka likes to stay at home and depend on his defenders. Pope is calmer and better on crosses, thinks William. And he also says Botman's the best centre-back. Trippier's experience and leadership are important as well. So he would make some changes for those reasons. You're not expecting those changes, are you?
No, I don't think so. I don't think the back four will change. I think it'll be the same team. I think if Joe Linton's fit, he'll name the same team. If Joe Linton's not fit,
yes,
he will. It's who he brings in there.
Yes.
You know, but we shall wait and see on that.
And Brian in Gateshead, a different Brian, says I agree with Ando. If Joe Linton doesn't play, Longstaff will come in. And Bill says despite our lead, we should treat this as a one-off, and we should invoke the spirit of Czech Tiote, says Bill. Tom, good evening, how are you?
Good evening, Friday. John, Margaret, how you doing, boys?
Hey Tom, yeah, good.
Where are you on the nervous scale, Tom?
Well, nervous scale, I'm actually I'm all right. I was a bit nervous this afternoon, but you were just on about birthdays, and it is my mum. It's 79th, it would have been her 79th birthday today, so God rest her soul. But isn't it 13 years today that we played Arsenal with a 4-4?
Yes,
yeah.
That's exactly right, yes. It was 2011, wasn't it? So that's 14 years, yeah.
Yes, I was actually in the East Stand when we scored, and it was 4-0, and loads of people left, and I was with my son, who was a young lad then, and I was actually singing, we're going to win 5-4, and we nearly did, right at the very end. But tonight, Friday, nervous but excited, but at the same time, we need to get in their faces, John. We need to stand up, be strong. And I actually phoned you the day of the Arsenal game, and I was on the air, and I said one word, and that word is discipline. And if we're disciplined, tough, and we get at them, you know, we don't really need to get at them, but we just need to hold our own and just go for it. Play a normal game. Don't get cheap. You know, get the crowd behind it, and the crowd that goes there tonight, give everything you've got to get the boys over the line. You know.
Yeah, look, I think you've hit the nail on the head. I think discipline's huge. I think you keep your shape, you keep your discipline. Don't need to do anything silly. You know, we don't need to go chasing goals. That's the thing. Arsenal do. So Arsenal need to get bodies into it, advanced areas, which hopefully will leave space at the back for us to be able to go and exploit. But we don't need to do anything silly. We've just got to be sensible in everything that we do. And hopefully, look at. I think if you had have offered the majority of Newcastle fans, well, all Newcastle fans, if you had have offered them 2-0 after the first leg, they would have snapped your hands off and said thank you very much. Yeah, that'll do. But we've got to be professional in what we do tonight. That's it. You're professional in what you do, you get over the line. You know, you get yourself to Wembley again.
100%, John. I think the one change I wouldn't make, and I know you wouldn't, I'd have Botman, because Shaw is, I think, our right hand side. Shaw and Liverpool are really weak ahead of them the ball, which is surprising. But I think with Botman there as well, big strong boy, and I think that's the only. I know and he doesn't like making changes, winning the team and whatnot, but I know we got beat last week. But that's the only change I would make, and potentially maybe Pope, but
Yeah.
Nebraska's done not much wrong, like, to be fair to the boy.
Yeah. Look, I'm a big fan of Botman. I think Botman's the best defender that we've got. It's just the fact that the 10 months that he was out, he came back and he played in those really big games. He was brilliant in the first leg at Arsenal, by the way. He was outstanding. And I wouldn't have a problem with that at all. If he brought Botman back in, there'd be no complaints at all, because, as I say, I think he's the best centre back we've got. But we'll see. I don't think you want to be making wholesale changes, to be fair.
No, I understand.
And he won't, will he? He won't do that. He won't make wholesale changes. Okay, so if you had to give us a prediction, Tom, what would it be?
Do you know what it is? I actually said to my son today, I think we'll beat them 3-1. They'll be full of pomp from the 5-1 beating the City, and if we get at them at the start, and not go gung-ho, but just get at them, play a little bit coolly, I've gone for a 3-1 Penman. We'll beat them 3-1 and win it 5-1 overall. There you go.
I'd take that. I'd take that. I'd be even more happy if it was 3-0 after 15 minutes. That'd be.
Even sort of 2-1 at the end.
And if that happens, we'll definitely get you on the show tomorrow. Thank you very much indeed.
Cheers, Tom. Take it easy.
Enjoy the game. Dave's been on. He says that he'll be watching the game against Arsenal in Poland.
Oh,
in
nice.
Krakow. So he's going to be listening to Razor's commentary, your son Razor's commentary as well. He says, does that count as a new country for our map? It does, because we haven't got Poland yet. So we will stick that down, Dave. You just have to confirm that you are listening, and then we can add you to the list. Andrew's message to say, I feel sick. Thank you, Andrew. Andrew's nervous.
For the life of me, I don't know why people are feeling sick. You're 2-0 up. Why? If you were 2-0 down, I could understand feeling sick, but 2 up, no.
Abs is in Washington. I'll be watching the Leeds game tonight. That's more important to me. And I'll be honest, every time I watch the Mags, they win, so I'm not going to watch. Says Abs.
Oh dear.
Fair enough, Abs. Thank you very much indeed to everyone who has messaged. Let's have a chat to Arthur now, Sunderland supporter. Hello, Arthur.
Hello, mate. Are you all right, John?
I'm good, Arthur. Thanks. Yeah, not bad at all.
Are you nervous?
No, not at the minute. No, nice and calm, nice and relaxed.
I bet you will if you got 1-0 down.
I might be a little bit more anxious. You could be right there. I might be a little bit on edge with that one, but 2-0 up. No, I'm nice and calm.
He's looking
nice
chilled at the moment,
good lad. Right, Marco.
Hello, mate.
About the Middlesbrough game. I thought it was a well-deserved win. We fought hard and we won. But again, that fella at the back has just got me just wondering that 09. Did you see when they scored the first goal what he done? When that bloke was through on goal. He
pulled his shirt, didn't he? Yeah.
He tried to drag him back. Now if he'd succeeded in dragging him back, it was a penalty and he was off. So the score saw you 1-0 down. Why didn't he just leave him, let him run through, and then if they score, you're still 1-0 down like we were, you've got 11 men on the field. Then there was that suicidal pass what he done, which was just diabolical. And then another tackle what he done, just outside the box. From being in the box, that was a penalty, and I thought it was a free kick, but the referee was that bad. He never done it. And then what adders against Plymouth is when he headed the ball when Plymouth scored the equaliser. He headed it and he had a head like a threatening bit. And to me, that man is just a liability in our team.
He's done some good things in those games as well. But go on, Marco, respond to that.
No, it's a difficult one because, I have to agree with a lot of your points, Arthur. I think at times he gets away with stuff, and maybe I don't know. Do all defenders get away with stuff?
It's all right if he's getting away with it.
Yeah, I mean that's part of it. I mean, Edmondson had a few pulls and tugs that maybe didn't go, that went unpunished. Maybe it's just the referees giving stuff, giving a little bit of leniency, but he's clearly somebody who's influential on the squad. Maybe his demeanour, his dressing, what he's like in the dressing room. That can all be positives that we maybe don't see as much in the 90 minutes, but it's a big factor in why he's in the team. I mean, he does do a lot of good stuff. He does carry the ball well. He does play, bring it out from the back. We play some tight football at times, a little bit edgy. When we're passing it out, coming out from the goalkeeper, going back into the goalkeeper, playing it round corners. And as now, yes, you are going to get caught out sometimes on that. I agree with you, Arthur. But yeah, it's a big decision for the manager. Look, I'm torn.
That's what he's paid for. And also, yes. Mark Moore, I think Lafayette, I think he's class, real class. Some of them touches he had that right back, which I don't rate at all. That fella from Middlesbrough, I've never rated him. Mm-hmm. He made him look like a right donkey at times.
Luke Ayling, yes.
Well, yeah, Luke Ayling, the last thing he wants is somebody twinkle toes and running at him and, flicking and twisting and turning. That's the last thing he wants at this stage in his career. So, it worked out well for us. And that is, that's what you're competing with. And that's probably why, I think we, as a comparison to Borough, our back four has been one of our strongest points this season, including Luke O'Nien. So I think it's difficult. Look, I think I would play Ballard and leave O'Nien out because I just feel Ballard a little bit stronger.
Thank you very much, Arthur. Oh, he's gone. I think he was going to say something else. Never mind. We haven't got that much time, Arthur, unfortunately, because there's a lot on tonight, in case you hadn't noticed. But I'll give you longer next time you give us a call. The number's 0800 234 6565. Lots of people are a little bit nervous then. How nervous are you? 2 years ago, people were nervous, even though Newcastle also had a first leg lead. And the opposition, with all due respect to Southampton, weren't perhaps as dangerous as tonight. Those nerves were quelled pretty early, and let's just remind you of what happened. The Magpies built what proved to be an unassailable lead.
Trippier gets involved into the area, cuts inside, Longstaff touch, and hit, and goal from Sean Longstaff, and the Geordie gives Newcastle the perfect start. It's 1-0 inside 5 minutes. Just outside the area, Willock through for Almiron. The cut back. Here's a chance for number 2. Brilliant. And Sean Longstaff has got his and Newcastle's second, and it's turning into a dream night at St James's Park. Given away though, and Adams with a shot from the edge of the area that has arrowed into the bottom corner of Nick Pope's goal, and it's brought Southampton back into it, and Newcastle could be losing Bruno to suspension. Bruno Guimaraes is shown a red card. He's sent off, and they will play Newcastle for at least the last 10 minutes of normal time with a man less. And now a shot blocked by Longstaff. They've done it. They're going to Wembley. We've waited so long for this. But Eddie Howe is the man who has guided Newcastle United to a cup final, their first since 1999.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm so happy to have been a part of, really. I think that the team deserve it. With quite an emotional night, to be honest, especially at the start. Sort of the place was bouncing, and just the energy they gave off was unbelievable, and could have burst out crying at one point as well. I spoke to Bernie after the game, walking around, and he said even in the warm-up, he said his eyes were filling up, and that's mine were as well. And under the lights, amazing atmosphere, and yeah, one I'll never forget.
I'm happy, I'm going to get me suit measured. Come on, lads!
That's unbelievable, man. What a guy, man. What a guy.
Some people now talk about that as though Dan Burn was the first one to say that, when he was, of course, paying tribute to Gaza from back in 1991. He said that, and Dan Burn was, I think he'll do it again tonight if Newcastle get through. And did that bring back some good positive memories? As the Newcastle goalkeepers just come out to the applause that you can hear.
Look, it was a good night. We were we were ahead in that tie as well. We had a sense of belief that we were always going to beat Southampton. That was the case, and hopefully the outcome will be exactly the same tonight.
Thank you for all the messages that you have sent in. I've got plenty of time to read some more of those after the news as well. We're going to get the team news shortly as well. Just glancing across them, most people are expecting it to be Longstaff if Joe Linton doesn't play, but let us know what you think. 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp, 81333 on text. Start your message BBC or call 0800 234 6565.
On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
Play BBC Radio Newcastle.
and on your radio.
The sound of the North East is BBC Radio Newcastle.
At 7 with your BBC News. Good evening, I'm Anna Murray. A government review has found that the Prevent Counter-Terrorism Scheme prematurely closed its case on Axel Ruda-Cabana 3 years before he murdered 3 children in Southport last summer. The Security Minister, Dan Jarvis, told MPs the teenager should have had his case escalated, but there'd been too much focus on the lack of a distinct ideology. Concerns had been raised about him multiple times, as our UK correspondent Daniel Sanford reports.
The 3 referrals to Prevent came from Ruda-Cabana's schools. The first came at the age of 13 when he searched for information about school shootings after being found with a knife at school. The second, 14 months later, was closed within 16 days. And the third, prompted by searches about the London Bridge attacks and the IRA, was closed within a fortnight. The review found that by this time, the repeated nature of the concerns should also have been taken into account.
The families of the victims of Valdo Calacane have called for the staff responsible for failings in his mental health care to be named. Calacane, who had paranoid schizophrenia, stabbed Barnaby Webber, Grace O'Malley and Ian Coates months after being discharged from treatment. An independent review said the system got it wrong and identified errors, including poor communication and missed opportunities. NHS England has apologised. The government has allowed 9 council areas in England to postpone local elections that were scheduled for May. The votes will be delayed by a year until a major reorganisation of local government's been implemented. It means local elections in East Sussex, West Sussex, Essex, Thurrock, Hampshire, the Isle of Wight, Norfolk, Suffolk and Surrey will be delayed. North Yorkshire's elected mayor has backed calls for a tourist tax. Labour's David Skaith supports a county-wide tax to help fund public services and pay for the upkeep of tourist hotspots. From next year, visitors to Edinburgh will have to pay a 5% surcharge on accommodation. The idea is being explored in London, Glasgow and Wales as well. And Ozzy Osbourne's announced he'll perform a final concert with Black Sabbath in Birmingham this summer. It's the first time in 20 years the band has performed. The guitarist, Tommy Iommi, says it'll be good to perform on home turf.
Fantastic. It really is. I've never seen anything like this, and certainly Birmingham hasn't, that's for sure. Strange. I mean, I don't, from when I lived here, I don't recognise a lot of stuff around here. But yes, it'll be really a homecoming, won't it?
And research by the charity Endometriosis UK suggests women with the condition earn less than those who don't have it. It's thought those diagnosed with the disease make lower paid jobs. You're up to date with more. You can go to the BBC News pages online. It's coming up to 3 minutes past 7.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Yes, still time for you to give us a call this evening. The match kicks off at 8 o'clock this evening here at St James's Park. It's Newcastle United versus Arsenal. Newcastle with a 2-goal lead after the first leg of this Carabao Cup semi-final. Razor has the all-important team news.
No Joe Linton in the squad, and it looks like Newcastle have changed their system as well. Kieran Trippier comes in, as does Sven Botman. So Dubravka, Trippier, Cher, Botman, Byrne, Hall, Tonali, Bruno, and then forward players Murphy, Gordon and Isak. Callum Wilson is among the substitutes.
Thank you, Razor. What do you think of that, Newcastle fans? Are Newcastle going to park the bus tonight at 5 across the back? Will they still be trying to catch Arsenal on the break. What does that team and that formation say to you about the way that they will approach this evening's game? We would love to hear from you. 0800 234 6565. Send us a message as well on WhatsApp. 08000 321 333. Start your WhatsApp with the letters BBC, and you can text 81333 again, starting with the letters BBC. The boos are for the Arsenal goalkeepers who have come to warm up. You can tell that there are quite a few people already in the ground nice and early this evening. We have all the build-up, 8 o'clock kick-off, and then afterwards we will have reaction as well. You can hear the match here on BBC Radio Newcastle and on BBC Sounds. John Anderson alongside me, Razor here as well ahead of commentary. Marco Gabbiadini back in his studio as well. If you want to talk Sunderland, he's your man. He'll be here until around about 7:30 this evening too. So we would love to hear from you. Another big old night of Total Sport.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Ando, your reaction to that team then?
I'm surprised that he's gone to a 3, but I suppose with no Joe Linton, he's looked at it and thought can make us more solid, harder to break through. So look, you're bringing in a quality player. There's two quality players, aren't you? I mean, obviously Trippier comes back in, bags of experience, played in huge games, played in big games, knows what it's all about. Good leader, good talker, good organiser. So yeah, got no problem with that at all.
So the changes are Trippier for Livramento and Botman for Joe Linton. I'll give you the bench in full because I didn't do that. Pope, Wilson, Target, Kraft, Osula, Livramento, and then the 3 midfielders who could have played but all miss out: Willock, Longstaff and Miley.
Yes, they'll all have been waiting to see which one of them got the nod, and in the end none of them did. Matty's been on, Matty from Ashington. He says it's a big risk changing tactics at the back tonight, Ando, says Matty. He's not so comfortable with this.
Look at going to a 3. You haven't got a great deal of time to work with it, you know. You had Monday and Tuesday. I suppose they knew after Saturday that Joe Linton wasn't going to be fit, so they had Sunday, Monday and yesterday to work on it. But it's not as if they're young, inexperienced players. You know, you got Botman, Scher, Dan Burn. They're experienced boys. You know, it's not a young back 3, so we'll see how that works. And as I say, Trippier, with all the experience that he's got, and you've got young Hall, they will push on. They will help those 2 boys in midfield. I think yet again it's always going to be our outlet down both sides in Trippier and Hall. But it's it is a bit of a gamble. It is, but you know, as I say, it's not as if it's young boys. You're going in there with experienced players.
This one says simply, in Eddie we trust. And Jonas in Chiswick, hello Jonas, he's got the right idea. It's obvious, Ando, what Eddie Howe has done. Never mind talking about a back 5. He should have done this a long time ago. What he's doing tonight is he's playing Fabian Schär in midfield.
Yeah, of course he is. Yeah.
And he's put "Don't tell Ando."
Yeah, of course he is.
In all seriousness, at least one of those centre backs will be stepping up out of the back 3, back 5 with the ball. That could be Schär, because we know the ability he has in possession. Sven Botman potentially as well. I mean, you'd think that Botman would probably be in the middle, wouldn't you? In the 3, Burn left, Schär right. So it'd be interesting to see tactically how they work it with the 3, who pushes forward, who carries them into midfield. I mean, you don't want the 2 midfielders coming too deep, because then you're just going to have too many players in your own defensive third, and you don't want to be playing the game there.
I think what will happen is Tonali will sit in front of the 3 of them as well. You know, he just as a shield, as a bit of protection. As I said, I think the emphasis is on Arsenal to come and get something out of the game. They need to chase the game, and I just think Tonali, the way that he's played and the way that since going back into that central role, he just covers the ground so well. So yeah, look at got no problem with it. As I say, it's the manager's got belief in the system. He thinks it's a system that'll work, so there you go, we go with it.
And you don't like to see Bruno dropping deep and getting on the ball.
No.
Like what happened against Bournemouth, he was dispossessed, they scored.
Yeah. I don't want him coming deep. Don't want him coming back 25 yards from your own goal and having his pocket pinched, because as we've seen against Bournemouth, he gets his pocket pinched and all of a sudden the ball ends up in the back of the net.
Last thing for me,
he can lose it further forward all he likes, because the opposition have then got a long way to go. They're not all of a sudden straight onto your back four.
Go on then, Razor.
Yeah, I haven't given you the Arsenal team yet. They are unchanged from the side that beat Man City 5-1. Raya in goal, Timber, Saliba, Gabriel, Lewis Skelly. Midfield of Partey, Rice, Odegaard, and then Martinelli, Havertz and Trossard in attack.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, of course, we should know the Arsenal team as well before we make our assessment of how things will go tonight with Newcastle. Changing team and formation. Andrew is on the line. How are you doing, Andrew?
Hi, Simon. Hi, Andrew. Hi, Razor.
Hi, Andrew.
Are you the Andrew that messaged saying you felt sick, or are you different, Andrew?
Yes, that's me.
That's to you. Okay. Do you still feel sick now you've heard the team? But do you feel better?
Can I ask you something, Andrew?
Yeah.
If we had been 1-0 down, how would you have felt?
Probably more
worse.
kind of like no, probably like there's nothing to lose. There's no pressure on us. But with the lead and all the pressure on us, and with the two last home games, it's a bit nerve-wracking.
So what are you expecting tonight then?
Well, I've been saying all week I think it'll be a 1-1 draw.
Right.
I'm very surprised by the team, I have to say. I thought Longstaff would just come in. I think it's a big gamble, because if it comes off, he's a tactical genius, and if it doesn't come off, people are just going to say, why did you change your formation? I'm not surprised Trippier is back, because I thought he might come back because of his experience with the occasion and whatnot. So it's like a 5-2-2-1, isn't it? So it'll be Bruno and Tonali against three in midfield, which I'm not sure about.
I think when we haven't got the ball, it'll be a 5. I think with the ball, it'll be 3, and the two fullbacks will push on and make 4 in midfield. And I still think that Gordon and Murphy will play in those wide areas. You know, but is it a gamble? I suppose it is, to a degree, because if it goes well, as you rightly say, the manager's brilliant. He's great. He's everything. If it goes wrong, you know, he's gonna get flack. It's as simple as that. But you know, we're 2-0 up. I don't think we've got to go chasing the game. That's the thing. You know, Arsenal have got to go chasing it. Yeah, they're 2-0 down. They need to get back into the game. I think we've just got to be professional in everything that we do. You know, got to screw our lows, really. You know, got to make sure we make the right decisions. Don't take chances in bad areas. If it's there to be shifted, just shift it. You know.
What I would say, John, there was a gentleman texted in before and said, play it safe like we're doing in second half. You see, I'm worried when we're not at it, kind of full pelt and you know, in their faces. I think we've got to attack them and go from the very start and try and get that first goal. Because I think if we get that first goal, it'll be game over.
Yeah, look, I agree with you. I don't think we can play at 85-90%. I think we've got to be at it straight from the off. I think we've got to be in the faces of the opposition. I think we've got to play at a good tempo. I think we've seen here at the weekend, if we don't play at that tempo, you know, we weren't at it. You know, that pace and that work ethic of pushing on and getting in the opposition's face just wasn't there, and we don't look the same side, you know, and we got caught out at the weekend because of that.
Yeah, we did, absolutely. Right, anyway, I'm away. Let's start now.
All right.
Try and enjoy it.
Yeah,
if you can, Andrew. Okay.
By the way, have you had yourself a couple of pints, have you?
That's next on the agenda, John.
Is it? Get them down your neck. Cool the nerves.
Will do.
Take it easy.
Yeah, that might help, it might not. Thank you very much, Andrew, for coming on this evening. You can still get on if you give us a call on 0800 234 6565. Let me do some more of these messages, though. In terms of the team, this one, no name on it, ending 531, the number. It's a massive risk, it says, playing a formation that we don't usually play. What happened to playing our own game? If we do go out, it's all on Howe. This is very risky.
Well, it is all on the manager. You know, he's taken a chance, he's taken a gamble. But look, it's a gamble he thinks he can take. You know, he's very calculated in everything that he does, Eddie Howe. You know, he doesn't just do things for the sake of it. Yes, they've only had a couple of days to work on it, but they will have done work on it. The three centre backs will know what's expected of them. The two wing backs will know exactly what's expected of them as well. But
yes,
he's right. You know, he is right. If it goes wrong, the manager will take the flak. If it comes out and works really, really well, as somebody said earlier on, he'll be a tactical genius.
He'll be a genius. If they lose 1-0 and are hanging on at the end, it'll be somewhere in between, I guess. Martin in Newburn agrees. Very risky, he says, to change formation. And John says, that lineup does make me nervous, Ando. If it's not a back five, then it must be, and then he's got a 4-3-3, which involves Lewis Hall being in midfield, which isn't.
No, that's not going to happen. No.
But he says it doesn't make sense to me. It's playing into Arsenal's hands, and I want to know Ando's thoughts, says John.
I'm not too sure it's playing into Arsenal's hands. I think it makes things a little bit more difficult for Arsenal, especially in those central areas, because all of a sudden Arsenal like to play through the middle. You know, they've got no Saka out wide, so they like to play through the middle. They like to drift inside. All of a sudden they've got no space to play in there. When they do cut inside, they're running into three centre backs. So, you know, we'll see how it goes. So look, we've done it before. You know, we have played it before. Whether it's going to work or this time round, I don't see it as a gamble. I really don't, because when you're 2-0 up, as I say, you don't have to do anything silly. You've just got to be professional in what you do.
If you're wondering what that racket is in the background being played in the PA, I'm not really sure who that is or what they're doing. But anyway, we will soldier on. We're going to talk to Jonathan in just a minute. I've got a couple of Sunderland messages to put to Marco as well. The time now is 16 minutes past 7.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Lots of Newcastle United fans getting excited for the game later. We have got word that Rossi Moore from the Belford Mags is choosing not to go to the game and is instead going to be watching Cinderella with his missus. We thought this is incredible breaking news. I'm pleased to say our roving reporters have tracked down the man in question. Ross, can you confirm or deny the rumours?
There'll be no Cinderella, just the football.
You're not putting your other half ahead of the football for once, Ross.
Never.
It's the foundations for a beautiful relationship. Enjoy the footy, Ross, and enjoy it if you're going. We'll be back tomorrow morning, whatever happens.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
Okay, mate, all right. And I will do a couple of Sunderland messages while Ando catches up with his old mate John Beresford. That's what you can hear in the background there. Lots of back slapping and fist pumping going on here at St James's Park ahead of the match as everybody gets up for the game. John in Houghton-le-Spring, Marco, has sent a message, a robust defence of Luca O'Nien, and it says in defence of O'Nien, he is good on the ball and he is, I quote, Beckenbauer-like when he drives forward into space. He does get a touch on the ball with that last-ditch tackle. It was Bellingham who lost the ball trying to play the man instead of the ball, but we should have closed the shot down quicker. One of our centre-backs should have covered the forwards run for their first goal instead of letting him run between them. But O'Nien has better pace than Mepham, says John.
Beckenbauer.
That's what he said.
Beckenbauer, yeah.
Well, I mean, look, Beckenbauer was one of the pioneers of that, defenders coming out with the ball. It's become a common sight in modern football. So, but look, he does it well. You know, I think he's a confident player. So I think there is a conundrum here, because I think at times, you know, is he the best? He's not really a natural centre back, is he? That's part of the problem. And I think at times physically it's an issue for him. But you know, there are pros and cons of every selection that a head coach makes nowadays, as we've just seen in this Newcastle team tonight. You know, you never can quite. It's an opinion. It's an opinions-based game, isn't it? And that goes right down to the manager who picks the team and has to make that final decision.
Yes.
And I agree. You know, Luca and I think has had a big influence on this team and this season's success so far.
Michelle's been on as well. I'm not sure that I agree with Arthur about O'Nien. It was Arthur who came on who had concerns. Didn't he make a last-minute clearance on Monday night, says Michelle? I mean, quite a few last-ditch clearances towards the end of the game, I guess, and he was certainly involved in that. Thank you, Michelle, for your message. And I was talking earlier, Marco, wasn't I, about maybe the perception of fans of other Championship teams of Sunderland. As it happens, we've got a message that's come to us by mistake. It should have gone to Coventry and Warwickshire. BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. Coventry are playing tonight. And guess who Neil from Peterborough thinks is the best team in the Championship this season?
Well, I'm going to say Sunderland, but you're going to say no, wrong, aren't you? Now,
no,
what are you going to do?
It's Leeds who Coventry are playing tonight. Yes, he says yes. We need all the help we can get tonight against the best team in the league.
Well, they are. So, you know, Leeds have been at the top for a good. You know, they've been up there challenging. So you know, that's. You know what? In some ways, I don't mind that. I think there's less pressure on us. There's less expectation. But I think the team that I see week in, week out at the moment has the same desire as Leeds and Sheffield United and Burnley. So, you know, it's not a bad thing that. You know, I don't think the margins are quite tight at the moment, and it only takes, you know, we're very, you know, the top of that table, a couple of results. You know, if you don't win for a couple of games, you will be caught quickly. And I think that's, you know, played into our favour, because I think we have got a little bit more of a relaxed position that we're in. So we'll have to wait and see. But look, I also, you know, I was looking at some stats things the other day, and on one of the websites, and it was talking about all the teams who are doing this. This team's done that, not unbeaten in 6, you know, not conceded for 4 games. All these stats going on, and Sunderland didn't get mentioned in any of them. And I thought, okay, that's fine, you know, because we're just simmering below. But you know, probably we've been the most consistent side in the league this season, because we've been right at the, you know, in that top 4 scrap all the way. You know, even some of the top teams who are there now took, you know, Sheffield United took a little bit of time to get into gear, so did Burnley. But we've sort of been just very consistent, and if we keep it up, we've got a very good chance of promotion.
Going to have a chat with Jonathan in just a tick. I'm going to do a few more of the Newcastle messages that are coming in this evening. Thanks to everyone who's taken the time. I know a lot of you on your way here to the match, others are going to be watching on telly. Plenty more besides listening to the commentary right here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. This one says 5 at the back is a shocking decision. This is from Gary in Gateshead. We will invite Arsenal on, and our fans will be on air, Jando, from the kickoff. We should have attacked Arsenal from minute 1 and got the crowd up. Now everyone's just going to be so nervy from the start.
Why do you go attacking team from the off? You're 2-0 up. You throw bodies forward, you leave yourself open at the back. Why do that? You've just got to be sensible. You've got to be professional in the way that you play the game. We don't need to do anything out of the ordinary. You know, we don't need to go chasing goals. Arsenal are the ones that need to do that.
Paul has sent a message as well, Paul Hobra, who says, I like the lineup for tonight's game. We have attacking options with an amazing defensive lineup. Hall and Trips can still play attacking football whilst leaving a solid 3 behind to cater for a fast break. That's from Paul, who is a physio of some renown, and he says, I'm more a physio than a pundit, in fairness, but what do you think?
He's a physio.
He is.
I need a physio.
All right, okay, well, there you go. I'll put you two in touch.
What's up?
I do, Marco.
What's up?
I've got tie
Been
straight.
playing walking football.
Yeah.
I've told you not to overdo it with that walking football, haven't I?
No, I went for a run and I did me tie. Yeah.
No, what are you doing?
I know.
What are you doing wearing a tie to go running?
I was going to say it's a midlife crisis, but that's long past.
Okay.
so it's some other it's some other crisis.
Oh, I'll put you in touch with Paul. And you can sort out your thigh. Okay. And Chase has been on as well. If we don't get through tonight, I'm dreading the how has taken us as far as it can.
God, yeah.
Says Chase.
Yeah, he's only taken us to what two semi-finals and and he's taken us to a final, taken us to a Champions League spot. Yeah, he's taken us as far. Yeah.
Jonathan, good evening. How are you doing?
I was not taking us as far as he can, have you, Andrew? Because he's going to take us to Wembley, and I'm getting the seat measured again.
Well, you need to get your running shoes out. That's what you need to do.
God, hey, I'm looking for yours. I think it's going to make a better win 2-0 tonight. You can join us.
Yeah, John's got a pair for sale, actually.
We
can have them for nothing.
We could give you an opportunity, perhaps, Jonathan, to get out of it. I don't know how we do this, but if you missed it ahead of the first leg, Jonathan agreed if Newcastle won by more than 2 goals or more at the Emirates against Arsenal, he would do the Great North Run, which obviously then happened. I think if Newcastle win, if Newcastle win by 5 tonight, you can get out of it.
I'll take that right now, Andy. Definitely take that right now. Snap your hands off. Hey, I snapped your hands off a month ago and it worked. I'm snapping your hands off again, and it's going to happen. But no, I was thinking about the formation crash because there's some panic stations in there. People, kicking off left, right, and centre. I just wanted to give it a different perspective, Andrew. It's not quite as straightforward football as it was when it was 4-4-2. Some people might think you've got to have rigid formation. Now what I'm thinking he's doing here is Arsenal are going to go hell for leather and they're going to attack from minute 1. And you're right, we don't need to attack from minute 1. We need to be sensible, measured, control the ball and make sure they don't come at us and get gaps. Now with that 2 home games, too many gaps, 6 goals conceded, far too many gaps in the team against Bournemouth. And then Fulham too easy. So I think what he'll do is when they're attacking us, it'll be 5 at the back. But I think when it's the other way around, we're going forward. I feel like he'll stick Dan Burn over to the left hand side, not left back but to the left hand side. Push Lewis Hall further forward into sort of the left hand side of the midfield. Not in midfield all the game, but I think when we're on the ball, I think he'll be pushed into midfield role. And I think Byrne, Shaw and Botman will form a back 3 rather than a back 2 because Trippier will be bombing forward on the other side. And that's how I think he's going to do it. I think he's going to try and sort of out-tinker what Arteta was known as in his first few years at Arsenal as a bit of a tinker man. I think he's going to try and outplay him, and he's going to try and completely and utterly throw his plans for the game. And fair play, Howe's trying something different. People say he's only got one plan. Well, here we go. You've asked for another plan because Joe Linton's not available. This is what he's doing. And you've got to trust the manager.
Yeah, where are there no plan B brigade now? Because this is obviously a plan B.
Yeah, look, I think it'll go to a 5 when Arsenal have got the ball. But I think when we're in possession of the ball, I think the two wing backs, Trippier and Hall, will get into advanced positions and help out. There'll always be that outlet, but I think without the ball we'll be tight. We won't give Arsenal any space to go and play in, and we don't need to go gung-ho. We don't need to go chasing the game. People are going, get in the faces straight away, get people forward. You're 2-0 up. The last thing you want to do is give Arsenal a glimpse of any hope whatsoever by conceding inside 5-10 minutes. Then all of a sudden there is a game on. You just keep it tight. You make sure you don't do anything silly. If it finishes 0-0, all well and good. You go to Wembley, and it's as simple as that. We don't need to go chasing goals. It's not as if we're 2 down and we need to go and we need to get back into the game. We're still in total control of this tie.
And Jonathan, thinking about the players he's bringing in as well, are quality. Like Trippier is an experienced pro with lots of sort of finals, lots of experience in European competitions, lots of experience in international level. And Botman is a class act. So what Botman will bring at the back is something different as well, being able to pass the ball forward, which Byrne hasn't been able to do. So let's just get behind the team. It'll be our reach, won't it?
Okay. a good rallying call to end your call with. Jonathan, many thanks for coming on this evening. Don't forget, we will take some calls after the final whistle has blown tonight as well. We'll be on air till 10:30, maybe even later, Ando, depending on how things go.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah, I think it's in your contract. Have a look at the
No, I checked my contract this morning.
Yeah, midnight, I think it says.
Yeah, midnight.
But yeah, we will bring
double time.
As much post-match reaction as we can. I know you haven't looked at your contract if you think it says double time anywhere, by the way.
Yeah, you're right.
Baz H in Washington says the addition of Botman, this is a good point, will help us counter Arsenal's set-piece expertise. That extra height could make all the difference. That's clearly something that is a big threat from Arsenal, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the loss of Joe Linton in there was a bit of a blow. Look, we're a big side. You know, you look at us, we've got plenty of height in there, but bringing Botman in gives you another 6 foot plus player in there. Arsenal, especially early part of the season, were really, really good at set pieces. They've dried up a little bit, and you just hope that continues tonight.
Let's hear from some more supporters who were gathering outside the ground as I arrived a little bit earlier this evening. I had a chat to quite a few of them just to ask them how they felt about what is to come here tonight. What's your name?
Cara.
And what's your name?
Albie.
What do you think is going to happen tonight, Cara, first?
We think we're going to win 2-1, don't we? Yeah.
You're a mascot! How excited are you about that?
Very excited.
What does that mean you're going to get to do?
Walk on the pitch with the players.
Oh my goodness, and which player are you going to walk on with, do you know yet?
No.
If you could choose, who would it be?
Gordon.
I will be looking out to see if that's you with Anthony Gordon. Okay, well enjoy it, it's going to be a night you will never forget.
Yeah.
Take loads of pictures. Enjoy. Quick word, what's your name?
Martin.
What's your name?
Freya.
Freya, don't be shy, Freya. Martin, what's going to happen tonight?
4-2 win.
A 4-2 win, which would make it, let me calculate, 6-2 on aggregate.
2 on aggregate.
Why do you think it's going to be so convincing?
Optimistic, mate.
No nerves at all?
I'm nervous, she's not.
What do you think the score is going to be, Freya?
2-1 win.
Yeah, you've watched Newcastle probably long enough to know that it's not always straightforward.
I'm not plain sailing at all, no. Many years of watching them, you were just watching them.
What's your name?
Jamie.
What's going to happen tonight, Jamie?
Oh, I think we're going to win 1-0.
A 1-0 win, okay. Why so confident? A lot of people are a bit nervous.
Just because you chucked a microphone in my face, I'm like, yeah, that's my first answer. Want to be positive. I don't know, I just fancy us for an upset.
Would it play into Newcastle's hands that obviously Arsenal have to go for it a bit?
Yeah, definitely, because I think we're really good on the break.
Is this the year they're actually going to win a trophy?
Yeah, I nearly swore there, but yeah.
What's your name?
Carol.
Carol, what's going to happen tonight, Carol? You look a bit nervous, Carol.
I am a bit nervous. Well, we've got 2 goal start, so you never know though. I think I'll keep myself for the night.
What's the best way to go about this? Sit on the 2-goal lead or have a crack at them?
We'll have to have a crack. We'll have to get the first goal, definitely. Because if they get the first goal, I just see it all going downhill.
Are you worried about the recent form not being as good as it was?
I am a bit. We need to strengthen the side, really.
Who's the most important on the pitch tonight?
Anthony Gordon.
Anthony Gordon.
He's got some speed on him, hasn't he?
What's your name?
Toby.
And what's your name?
Christine. It's going to be a nervous night, definitely.
Shouldn't be though, 2-0 up.
Yeah, I think we need to go into it 0-0. Yep. See what happens from there. I'm confident. Yeah.
So that's the way to treat it, as though it's 0-0 and play it like a regular game.
0-0, play like a regular game, get the first goal, take it from there.
What's going to be key tonight, do you think?
Getting the first goal.
Is this going to be the year, finally? Newcastle win something?
I hope so.
I think so this year. I think we're a very good chance of it. Yeah, absolutely.
You look to me like you're trying to convince yourself.
No, I'm convinced with it. Yeah, I've got every faith in them. Every faith in them.
So, yeah, different moods ahead of the match. Cautious optimism, perhaps the best way to summarise it. I can see the mascots actually, having spoken to one of them outside the ground, just lining up beside the pitch now. What a night they're having. One of them as well, a nice touch, has a Czech Tiote shirt on as well.
That's Czech Tiote's son.
That's actually his son?
Yeah.
Oh, what a wonderful gesture. I didn't realise that was the case. Okay, because I can just see the back of him there. And yeah, Tiote 24 on his back.
Friday, it's one of Czech Tiote's son, Raphael, who is one of the mascots tonight.
Ah, right, okay, because I was chatting to another of the mascots outside, but to have someone like that among them, what a night for them, and hopefully the spirit of Tiote, well, that will help it affect proceedings this evening. So we're not too far away from kick-off now, with both sets of players out on the pitch going through their warm-up routines. The time is 7:33.
Total Sport Northeast.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And it's an 8 o'clock kick-off. Newcastle United leading Arsenal by 2-0 after the first leg of this Carabao Cup semi-final. Razor can remind us of tonight's team news.
There's no Joe Linton at all for Newcastle. 2 changes to the 11, and it looks like they're going to a back 5. Livramento is the other player who drops out. They start with Dubravka, Trippier, Schär, Botman, Byrne, Hall, Bruno, Tonali in midfield, Murphy, Isak, Gordon in attack. Callum Wilson's back on the bench. Arsenal are unchanged.
Thank you very much indeed, Razor. Elsewhere, the Sunderland defender Trey Hume has been nominated for the Championship Fans Player of the Month award for January. The Liverpool defender Trent Alexander-Arnold won't play in tomorrow's League Cup semi-final second leg against Spurs because of a thigh injury. One match in the Championship tonight. Leaders Leeds away at Coventry. Manchester City women say that they are appalled after learning striker Bunny Shaw was subjected to racist and misogynistic abuse after their loss to Arsenal on Sunday. All 72 clubs in the National League structure, including Gateshead and South Shields, have written to the EFL board demanding the introduction of 3 promotion and relegation spots between the 2 leagues from next season. Currently, only 2 teams, of course, go up and down between League 2 and the National League. In rugby union, Marcus Smith is set to start at fullback and Finn Smith at fly half for England in Saturday's Six Nations match with France at Twickenham. Barry Hearns told the BBC he'll announce huge increases in prize money for darts players in the next 4 or 5 weeks. And in tennis, the 2019 Wimbledon champion Simona Halep has announced her retirement. Marco Gabbiadini, we will let you go now because we're building up to kick off nicely and your work is done for the evening.
Thank you, enjoy your evening.
And
cheers.
We will talk to you on the show tomorrow evening. Steve Howie will also be on Total Sport tomorrow night, of course, to look back at this game, to react to this game. And let me just do a couple more messages that have been sent in. Loads of people getting in touch tonight. Just before I hand across to Razor to take us up to kick-off, but he's got plenty more for you in terms of hearing from Eddie Howe and yes, just reliving that famous 4-4 as well, amongst other things. Paul in Morpeth says, I'm in the Eddie Howe no plan B brigade, and I'm very surprised at the way that Eddie has lined up for the game tonight. Fingers crossed it works. I think the lineup tonight is just simply because Joe Linton's not playing. So yeah, if Joe Linton had been available, he
wouldn't have done that. No,
wouldn't have changed the system.
No. I think if Joe Linton had been fit, he would have went with an unchanged side. Because he hasn't got Joe Linton, he's decided that something that was mentioned just before you went to the headlines there, Pridey, you know, Botman coming back in gives you a little bit of height back in there as well. You know, Arsenal are decent at set pieces, so that could have been in his thinking as well.
And this one says, did nobody watch Arsenal play Manchester City? Every time City attacked, Arsenal countered stronger, nicked possession and scored a hatful. Howe has made a logical team selection and not an emotional one. I reckon a nervy first 10 minutes as no one wants to concede first. We're coming in with a 2-goal advantage. We're at home. We've got nothing to prove here. I reckon 2-2. I'll see you all at Wembley, says G.
I'm not too sure about having nothing to prove. You've still got to go and win the game. You know, you've still got to be professional in what you do, see the game out, so there's still something to prove. But as I say, we don't need to go chasing the game. We just got to be professional, keep our shape, keep our discipline, and make life as difficult as we possibly can for Arsenal.
And one more for now. Earlier this week, on Monday evening, we paid tribute to Alan Shoulder, the former Newcastle United centre-forward, who sadly at the weekend passed away at the age of 71. Got a message which has just come in from Alan's family, and it says, could the Total Sport team please pass on our thanks to the North East football community for all of their lovely tributes to Alan Shoulder since his passing this week. As a family, we have been overwhelmed by all the kind words and condolences left for Alan, and we would like the football family across the region to know that their thoughts, prayers and kind comments have been much appreciated by his family at this very difficult time.
Nice. Look, he was a great lad. He was small in stature but big in character, that's for sure. He was a pleasure to be around.
And I'm only too happy to pass that message on via Total Sport, and thank you very much indeed for taking the time to send that message to us. We talked to George Courtney, the former referee who knew Alan very, very well, on Monday evening. He paid a great tribute, and if you missed that, I'm going to play a little bit of that at half-time in tonight's game as well. Not too long to kick off now, just over 20 minutes to go. Razor's champing at the bit. He'll take you off to kick off along with Ando next.
For the new series of The Apprentice, Lord Sugar loved our promotion ideas.
I'm thinking swap your black cabs for horses. That sort of thing.
Is this plan A? I don't even want to see plan B. Next.
For this one, Lord Sugar, 2 words. Sock puppets.
Here's another 2. You're fired.
Or maybe not. The most demanding series yet.
Pathetic.
The Apprentice. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Total Sport Northeast.
The EFL Cup.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Dubravka hangs it up and the big boys try to help it on. It's lifted into the area. Here's Isak. It's into the net. Alexander Isak off the bar and in as Newcastle take the lead in the League Cup semi-final. Dubravka's free kick lifted up high and headed on, and it dropped for Isak, centre of the box, and the player so often linked to Arsenal has scored for Newcastle at the Emirates Stadium. 37 minutes, Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 1.
And if you wanted to drop to anybody, you wanted to drop to that man.
It's now with Murphy. Low ball to Isak in the box. Alexander Isak with a shot saved. Yes! Anthony Gordon has doubled the advantage for Newcastle United in front of the away end after Raya parried Isak's shot. What a position they are in. That could be crucial. 51 minutes at the Emirates Stadium in the first leg. Anthony Gordon, and it's Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 2. Final whistle is blown. Newcastle United with a 2-0 win at the Emirates Stadium, only halfway in the tie, but a huge step towards a return to Wembley. Well, that's how they took control of this League Cup semi-final. The first leg at the Emirates Stadium a month ago. It's been a long wait, hasn't it? But tonight we are here at St James's Park, and Newcastle United or Arsenal will be the first team to book their place in the League Cup final, which is on Sunday the 16th of March. A 2-0 lead on aggregate, a fantastic position to be in. We must remember Newcastle lead the tie on aggregate. That's exactly what they would have wanted ahead of the home leg. It was beyond probably what many of us thought possible, especially at the Emirates Stadium where they had such a wretched record. But John Anderson, it's a wonderful platform, and tonight they have to complete the job, whether they win, draw or lose by a single goal. There are possible results, many possible results that will see Newcastle through to Wembley, and they've just got to get it done.
Yeah, giving themselves a huge opportunity. I mean, to go away to the Emirates and score twice without reply is huge advantage. Just been taught the pride there, Razor, and they don't have to do anything outstanding tonight. They just have to be professional in what they do. They've got to be able to see the game out. We don't need to go chasing goals. People are saying, oh, we need to get in the face and need to get at them early on. No, we don't. We just need to be calm, collected in what we do. All the pressure is on Arsenal because they need to get into the game. They need to throw bodies forward. They need to take chances, and that could play into our hands. Yeah. The fact that they've got they're the ones that need the goals. We don't need the goals. We're quite happy with how the game is at this moment in time. And if Arsenal commit too many bodies forward, we know with the pace that we've got up top, we're capable of picking them off.
We are not going to spend too much time discussing negatives and how this might flip in Arsenal's favour, but I do want to say this, and speaking to a lot of fans at St James's Park tonight, where the atmosphere is good, and I know there have been plenty of pre-match nerves, but I feel like the closer we get to kick-off, there's more excitement around St James's Park. The fear is if Arsenal score first, particularly early, but if Arsenal score first at any time, even if it's late in the game, they then just need one more, because away goals don't count double. So if Arsenal win by 2 clear goals tonight in 90 minutes, like Newcastle did at the Emirates, it then goes to extra time. So the flip side of that is if Newcastle score early and score first, then that would mean Arsenal need 3 to tie and 4 to win, and that would be a very different dynamic on the night. So you talked about how they have to be calm. The start to the game, I feel, is particularly crucial, isn't it?
Yeah, look, as I said earlier, you don't need to go chasing the game. You got to be calm. You got to keep your shape, playing with 3 centre backs. And again, said to Pridey earlier, you know, when we haven't got the ball, that 3 becomes 5. You know, and Tonali will sit in front of those 3 centre backs as well. So you've got plenty of protection there. But when we have got the ball, those 2 wing backs will get on the bike and they'll get forward. They'll join in. They'll make things happen. But we just got to be. Just got to show composure, not do anything stupid. Don't go chasing it. I mean, the last thing you'll probably say to them is, look, if we keep it tight for 15-20 minutes, we don't give them an inkling. You know, you don't give them any chance whatsoever, because if Arsenal score inside the first 15 minutes, all of a sudden the crowd get a little bit edgy, a little bit touchy, a little bit nervous, and that nervousness all of a sudden then gets through the players and could become a long night.
That's a great reception for the players who've just finished their warm-up. Newcastle United starting 11, 2 changes. Botman and Trippier come in for Joe Linton, who's injured, misses out entirely, and Livramento, who's on the bench. Back 5 we expect. Dubravka continues in goal. Trippier, Schär, Botman, Byrne, Hall at left wing back, Bruno, Tonali in the middle, Murphy, Isak, Gordon. The bench: Pope, Wilson, Targett, Kraft, Osula, Livramento, Willock, Longstaff, Miley. It's BBC Radio Newcastle. You can also listen to us tonight anywhere in the world on the BBC Sounds app. Get the Newcastle United perspective there, or if you have a smart speaker, ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle. 15 minutes until kick-off. Newcastle lead 2-0 on aggregate, but Eddie Howe knows there's still work to be done.
I think my message is, look, we're at the halfway point of the tie. I think it's the away game was a good performance from us, but of course, against any opposition, the game's still very much alive and we have to do our part. But I think then when you add the quality of Arsenal and what the team that they have, we know very much we have to be on our guard. I think we just have to approach the game in a really positive way, aggressive way. We have to very much try and be ourselves in every moment. There'll be no deviation from that from our perspective. Front foot performance at home, we need to engage the crowd. We're in a good position and we need to try and make the most of every opportunity.
And finally, you have done that against the top teams throughout your time here, haven't you? And this season you've beaten Arsenal twice, the away leg and also at home in the Premier League. When you've had these big matches, often it's brought out the best in your team, hasn't it?
Historically, yes, and I think that's been a combination of us and the crowd. I think we've become a really potent team together, and I think that's what we're going to need in this game. We're going to need to absolutely engage all our supporters in our energy and our body language and every power that we possess to involve them in the game, because we need to make this a really formidable environment for our opponent. We need to create really positive energy between us. It's our duty to do that, and we'll try to do that.
Total Sport North East. BBC Radio Newcastle.
Here is Barton. It's deep. Williamson is the target. Well, Williamson was blocked off by penalty. 2 Arsenal shirts, and it's a penalty. Very definitely a penalty. in all of this penalty needs to be converted, and we're in for some finish. Barton has played it down the middle and scored. The keeper's nearly saved it with his legs, and Joey Barton has set up one hell of a finish at St James's Park.
Unbelievable. You see, I told you if they got one, but you wouldn't have it. You wouldn't have it. I tell you what, it's a very soft penalty as well, Mick, when you see it. But it's not the referee, it's the linesman that gives it.
Yeah, exactly.
Linesman puts his flag across his chest. And I tell you what, they could go on and win it.
If this goes 4-4, this might just eradicate all those nightmares of Stan Collymore at Anfield all those years ago. This might just wipe out of the memory banks the 4-3 at Anfield. All the way up to the air. Free kick by Rosicki on Barton. Here's Barton with the free kick, right-hand side. Nicks it in there, headed clear. And here's for Tiotti's volley. Oh, what a goal! What a goal by Sheikh Tiotti! I've never seen scenes like it at St James's Park. A header clear by Arsenal, and Sheikh Tiotti with a left foot volley from 20 yards has pierced the back of Arsenal's net. Wojciech Szczesny is beaten. Newcastle United's great escape is complete. Newcastle United 4, Arsenal 4.
Total Sport North East.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
14 years to the day since the comeback, the 4-4 against Arsenal. And brilliant to hear the commentary from the great Mick Lowes, who was alongside Ando that night. You tipped them to win.
I did. I thought they could have went down and win it. Yeah. I said if they get one, you never know what could happen. It was unbelievable scenes. It was an unbelievable volley as well by Czech Tiotti as well. You know, on his swinger as well, his left foot. And it just flew in that bottom right-hand corner. It was a great strike.
And how lovely it is that Czech Tiotti, who died a few years ago after he had departed Newcastle United, his son Raphael is here as one of the mascots for tonight's match against Arsenal. 14 years on from Tiotti's stunning goal, one of the great Newcastle United goals, one of the great moments in the club's modern history. Big noise at St James's Park, 10 minutes to go until kick-off. Black and white foil flags on the far side at the east stand. And at the Gallagher end, a banner being unfurled that says, "Get into them." Yeah, and you would endorse that message?
Yeah, look, you just got to hassle them, put them under all sorts of pressure, but you got to pick your moments as well. You know, you got to be disciplined in what we do.
Well, shortly there's going to be a live version of what we know as Local Hero, Going Home, the theme to Local Hero. The music Newcastle run out to, and that's going to be played after Blitzkrieg Bop by the Ramones, part of the pre-match build-up at St James's Park, as black and white striped banners are unfurled and dragged across the width of the pitch from the east stand to the Milburn. Arsenal are unchanged. Raya in goal, Timber, Saliba, Gabriel, Lewis Skelly, who is available after his red card against Wolves was rescinded. Odegaard, Partey, Rice in midfield. Martinelli, Havertz and Trossard up front. Their bench is Tommy Setford, the goalkeeper, then Tierney, Kivior, Zinchenko, Jorginho, Marino, Sterling, Calafiori and Nwaneri. Newcastle United, two changes, Botman and Trippier in for the injured Joe Linton and Livramento, and Wilson is back after 2 months out as a substitute. It's BBC Radio Newcastle on a massive night at St James's Park. Newcastle's third League Cup semi-final tie. They won the other two on aggregate, 1976 against Spurs 3-2, and 2 years ago 3-1 on aggregate. with home and away wins over Southampton, and the second of those two matches in each case were at St James's Park. So the draw in terms of being away first and at home second mirrors the two previous occasions, and Newcastle came through in 76 and 2 years ago successfully. Tonight they don't need to win, they could even lose and go through. A draw will be fine, but they've just got to get the job done. And as a banner, black and white with gold lettering, is passed up to the top of the East Stand, we are now going to hear Local Hero from the musician Johnny Blue Hat, who stands on the halfway line, and he performs as a solo saxophonist. Famous Geordie anthem, a tune associated with Newcastle United. And we may hear it again before the players run out, but this is a good addition, Ando, on a big night. Just,
it's decent, isn't it?
Yeah, adds to the pre-match flavour and probably distracts any supporters who are nervous for a couple of minutes. They can hum along.
Yeah, I don't think those nerves will go till kick-off. I think those nerves will be there up to kick-off.
Well, we've got 5 minutes to go here at St James's Park. The teams will be with us shortly. Referee tonight is Simon Hooper from Wiltshire. Adrian Holmes and Simon Long are the assistants. Tom Bramall is the fourth official. There is VAR in the League Cup semi-finals. John Brooks tonight, the VAR. Nick Hopton is his assistant. The VAR announcements, if there are any decisions that are overturned or reviewed, will be made. There was nothing at the Emirates Stadium, but in the first leg of the other semi-final, there was an on-pitch announcement from the referee at Spurs Liverpool. By the way, that second leg is tomorrow night at Anfield. Tottenham leading 1-0. Newcastle leading 2-0, and Owen, we said before the match at the Emirates Stadium, possibly even a 1-0 defeat away at Arsenal would have been acceptable. Arsenal were 13 unbeaten before the first leg. I mean, it couldn't really have gone much better, could it?
No, not at all.
Sets them up perfectly for tonight.
No, not at all. I mean, it was a really strong performance. There was nothing fluky about it. We put our bodies on the line, defended well. Botman came in. I thought Botman was brilliant on the night. I really did. I thought he was exceptional. But they deserved what they got, and they'll have to do exactly the same again tonight. And hopefully we can get it done here tonight. Spurs can then do us a favour tomorrow night at Anfield.
Well, that live performance of Local Hero went down a treat, just the tonic at St James's Park, and here come the two teams. Bruno Guimaraes leads Newcastle out, and Martin Odegaard, the Arsenal skipper, walks out first with his teammates following. Now Hey Jude is belted out by all four sides of St James's Park. Arsenal have got about 5,000 fans, a big away following, but all the noise is coming from the home supporters as those black and white giant banners are folded back up and taken.
Good luck folding them up, by the way.
Yeah. They stretch the width of the St James's Park surface. They say lots of colour, but it's black and white. It's monochrome, but St James's Park looks good and sounds good ahead of the all-important second leg here against Arsenal, where they can go through even with a defeat, but who needs that stress and that pressure? There's enough of it already in the build-up with pre-match nerves. Eddie Howe knows for his team It's just important to get off to a strong start.
We've probably had mixed success with that this season in terms of our starts to games. I think we've had some very good. In our recent run of wins, I thought we were starting the game really, really well and back to the levels that we maybe were in our Champions League season. A couple of times this season we've been frustrating where we haven't started in the right way. Start to this game is going to be really, really important. We need to set the right intention. We need to set the right body language for everyone to connect with who's coming to watch us. I think if we can do that with the qualities we have, that will help us a lot.
How important is the crowd tonight and the way the crowd
always play a vital part here,
but especially if things don't go
well. The one thing you don't want, I mean, especially if you go behind, you don't want the crowd to get nervy and then start having little bits of goals at players when they make mistakes, because that tension then all of a sudden gets through the players as well. So the crowd have got to stay with the team. They usually do, but I think maybe more so tonight.
The coin toss between Bruno and Martin Odegaard. Newcastle have won the toss, so they'll kick up the hill towards the Leazes end in the first half. A reminder, you can listen to us tonight for the Newcastle United angle on the BBC Sounds app. That's where you can hear the BBC Radio Newcastle commentary if you're not listening through a radio. And we're also available on your smart speaker if you have one. Ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle. The black and white flags have been put down and now the black and white scarves are being twirled around as both teams emerge from their pre-match huddles. Newcastle black and white stripes, black shorts and socks. Goalkeeper Dubravka in green and yellow. Trippier, Cher, Botman, Byrne, Hall. It's a back five. Bruno Tonali in midfield. Murphy, Isak, Gordon. And Arsenal, red and white shirts, white shorts, red socks. Raya in yellow in goal. Back four of Timber, Saliba, Gabriel, Lewis Skelly. Odegaard, Partey, Rice. Martinelli, Havertz and Trossard. 2-0 up after a brilliant win in North London a month ago. Will they do it, John Anderson, tonight?
I think so, yeah. You gotta have belief, you gotta have confidence. Look, and it's only half time, but you're 2-0 up in the tie. So you've got to take the belief in that. Early free kick.
Free kick for Arsenal, who kicked off, shooting to the right towards the Gallagher end. Foul outside the box.
Gordon blocked them off, blocked Havertz off.
And it's 30 yards out. It's in line with the edge or this side of the penalty area. From Raya's long ball, Gordon pulled at the back of his shirt. So assistant referee Adrian Holmes had a good view of that, and Newcastle inside the first minute have a free kick to defend close to the edge of their penalty area. Dubravka in the 6-yard box. The defensive line is across the D. Arsenal have got players offside at the moment. Declan Rice behind the ball. Eddie Howe said in his pre-match interview, set pieces are important, they have to defend them well. Here's the first test. Rice clips it in. It's headed across the penalty area and corner, it's an Arsenal corner. 60 seconds on the clock. Mikel Arteta applauds his team. 2 set pieces and more Newcastle defending to be done.
Yeah, a little bit of edge about it, isn't there, already?
Right-footed Declan Rice. Players at the back post, players beyond the back post for Arsenal. Nobody front post. Rice puts his left arm in the air and now rolls it along the goal line to Martinelli. Murphy putting pressure on. Martinelli plays it against Bruno. Newcastle away. Jacob Murphy up to the halfway line. Still going. With Martinelli with him, still going Murphy. Strong running, wins a free kick at the other end, 30 yards out. Almost identical to what Arsenal did. Jacob Murphy did a brilliant job for the team there, taking them from the defensive third into the attacking third.
Yeah, I mean, Arsenal went short with the corner kick and it totally backfired. Not too sure what Martinelli was trying to do. But Murphy runs them up the pitch. Martinelli gives the free kick away in a similar position to where Arsenal got theirs. Hall and Gordon next to the ball. Kieran Trippier jogs back over to the far side. 3rd minute on BBC Radio Newcastle. No goals tonight.
Still 2-0 to United on aggregate. Gordon makes his way up the line. Lewis Hall steps back from the ball. So you'd think Hall's going to put it in there, but instead he goes short inside to Tonali. He clips in a cross, headed away by Arsenal as far as Trippier. Up the line for Bruno, no offside. Into the corner, back to Trippier. Gets it caught under his feet, but passes it to Cher. Deep cross from Cher. And there's a pull in the box by Isak on Timber. So the whistle's gone, but it would have been a goal kick anyway.
Yeah. Lively enough start, isn't it?
Raya over halfway, it's dropping towards Havertz. Botman stabs it forwards. Bruno to Tonali, and then Gordon onto Alexander Isak into the penalty area. Here's Isak. It's there!
Oh, what a start!
Alexander Isak with an incredible finish, and a huge night at St James's Park is off to the perfect start. Isak inside 4 minutes, found by Gordon's ball over the top, and he has produced a brilliant finish across Raya and into the top corner. And it's Newcastle United 1, Arsenal 0, and 3-0 on aggregate.
Well, it's a great finish. It's an unbelievable finish. He's just whipped that into that top corner. It's an astounding finish.
VAR is checking for a possible offside. It looks tight.
He's onside.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Ooh. It's tight. We're looking at it. I think it's tight. We don't know. And the joy may be short-lived, but what a finish.
Oh, an unbelievable finish.
Well, Newcastle could do with this goal being allowed to stand. The VAR is John Brooks. They're still checking. Nothing wrong with the finish. It's just whether Isak was offside from Gordon's ball. Simon Hooper, the referee, has the ball under his arm.
The crowd are singing same old Arsenal.
Still we wait. It's 1-0 tonight and 3-0 on aggregate if this is allowed to stand. It's very close. Gordon in the centre circle, over to Isak. Depending on which angle you look at, he seems onside. Others, it's more questionable. But it's a long VAR check, and we're still waiting for the VAR to confirm that Isak's goal will count. We still wait.
Pridey's right, we could be here till midnight.
The referee still has the ball tucked under his arm. Newcastle players and crowd frustrated with the length of time this is taking. Alexander Isak into the net at the Leazer's end. A brilliant finish, but was he offside in the build-up? We look to Simon Hooper, the referee, and the decision
offside
is that the goal will not count.
What a finish. Goal deserved to stand.
Hang on, the referee's put the ball down. That's the referee confirming, although you probably couldn't hear it clearly, that it's offside against Isak. It's tight, but he was just offside.
What a finish it was.
So it's back to 0-0 tonight. And 2-0 Newcastle on aggregate. And psychologically, that will give Arsenal a lift, because 3-0 early on would have been massive for Newcastle. But they've scored once, they've got to do it again. Here's Isak trying to get the better of Gabriel on halfway, and Saliba comes out to help his colleague on the far side. Newcastle, Trippier with a foul on the touchline, 10 yards back from halfway. Seven minutes played. And a goal disallowed for Newcastle. Arsenal free kick on the far side. Such a shame, because Gordon's ball found Isak, who got away from the defender, and as you said, Ando, the finish was sublime.
Finish was outstanding. Yeah, it is a shame, because it was incredible.
I don't know why they're blaming Arsenal. It was VAR that gave it offside.
Well, that's a decision that's gone for Arsenal. Offside the call. Here they have a free kick on the left. Played inside, short to Rice. Bruno closing down. Rice up the left wing. Looks for a return ball. Trippier has prevented a corner at the expense of a throw next to the corner flag. Havertz, the sole Arsenal presence in the 6-yard box, front post, Dan Burn with him. He now moves on towards Botman. They look for him near the goal line. That's gone out for a goal kick from the throw. Arsenal with what they felt should have been a corner was a throw, and they've given Newcastle a goal kick here at a raucous St James's Park, where Alexander Isak has had a goal chalked off. It's 0-0 on the night, still 2-0 to United on aggregate. You listen to BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app and NUFC TV. Dubravka drives it through the middle. Isak backs in to Saliba. Arsenal hook it across to the far side. Trippier's header. Partey on for Arsenal. Big Dan Burn across to send it forwards. Gordon knocked over by Partey on the left wing, 35 yards out. Free kick goes the way of Newcastle United.
Yeah, there's plenty of edge to it.
Gave him a shove in the back. Lewis Hall with the free kick. The last one they rolled inside to Tonali. Isak's made a quick run up the line. They did that in the match against Chelsea earlier in the competition, and it led to a goal, didn't it? But now Isak wasn't found, goes back into the middle, and Lewis Hall left-footed. Good delivery. Arsenal clear from the edge of the area after Newcastle won the first header. Trippier from halfway. Sensible ball back to Dubravka. Arsenal push up. Tonali makes a run through the middle. Dubravka delayed the pass, then goes wide to Trippier. Bruno closed down by Lewis Skelly, who stabs it away, and Trippier has a throw to take after it goes out from the 18-year-old's touch. Scored his first goal for Arsenal in the win over Manchester City, made it 3-1 at the weekend. Arsenal in good form, 5 wins from 7 since the first leg. Newcastle less so. But 10 minutes played, John Anderson, sum up what we've watched so far.
It's been lively. Yeah, it's been lively. Not a great deal of quality on show, but it's been feisty.
Some Newcastle fans feel it went out on the far side. Then Isak is adjudged to have tripped an Arsenal defender in his attempt to win the ball back. And Gabriel gets a free kick for his team, but they've taken it from the wrong place and possibly too early for the referee's liking. So they'll have to do it again. 0-0 on the night, still 2-0 on aggregate. Dan Burn keeping an eye on Gabriel Martinelli on this near side. They now move into the middle as Arsenal clip it up the line. Header on there from Havertz. Tonali covering, hooks it forwards. Oh, Saliba with a miscued ball backwards, and Raya sliced his clearance. Now Arsenal in trouble. Gordon trying to win it back. Timber wins a free kick from Gordon, and Newcastle fans on their feet protesting. Eddie Howe with outstretched arms. They don't like the decision. Arsenal get away with it after 2 errors at the back. Now Rice under pressure here, and they've won it back edge of the area, and Arsenal stab it away, and it could be out for a corner. It's gone instead for a throw, and Fabian Schär punches the air and gets a reaction from the crowd. The high press from Newcastle and mistakes from Arsenal at the back.
Yeah, Rice was just far too lax on the ball.
Burn up the line to Hall, inside to Isak, onto Tonali, first time ball look for Bruno, intercepted, lost by Trossard. Arsenal get a bit lucky with a ricochet, and it's Havertz on the far side, back to Lewis Skelly, who then has to go back to Saliba and Raya, and Odegaard plays it back, and Timber comes inside, finds Odegaard. They've done well there, Arsenal, out from a tight spot.
Just a little bit.
And they've got possession in the centre circle. Thomas Partey, 0-0, 2-0 Newcastle on aggregate. Tonali a bit late on Partey. Referee says play on, Arsenal have the ball. Odegaard through the lines up to Martinelli, laid off to Timber. Good football from Arsenal. Trossard on the right wing, 20 yards out, taking on Byrne. Low ball stabbed away by Botman. Byrne towards the corner. Clearance hits the heels of Trossard. Arsenal win it back. Inside to Partey, close to the Newcastle penalty area.
No room.
Goes to the left to Lewis Skelly. Digs out a cross. Botman stabs it into the hands of Dubravka.
Didn't know a great deal about it, did he? Just stuck a boot up. Fortunately for him, knocked it straight back into the arms of Dubravka. Arsenal kept the ball well, didn't they? Moved it well.
And Dubravka puts the ball on the floor. Havertz closes down. And it goes long and bounces in the Arsenal half, where it's then headed back to Raya, who played in the quarter-final and the first leg of the semi-final. Their first choice goalkeeper. Beats him twice at the Emirates Stadium. Raya with the ball on the floor, edge of the area. Odegaard out to the left-hand side, into the middle to Havertz. Byrne helps it on to Bruno. Good first touch. Gordon on the left edge of the area. Now into the box. Anthony Gordon cuts inside and just ran into a red shirt. It's Odegaard. Plays it up the line to Havertz. Back to Odegaard. And Arsenal with possession. And then Hall cuts out Timber's pass, and Botman cuts inside away from Martinelli. Newcastle have the ball back, and Botman plays it to Trippier. Away he goes. Murphy for support on the outside. Trippier finds a pass to Bruno. Then they go to Murphy in the corner, who has a touch, whips it over. Lewis Hall tries to keep it alive and hits the side netting.
It's already out. Decent 15 minutes though.
Is it only 15 minutes?
Yeah, that's all we play.
Dan Byrne wins a header from Havertz near to halfway. Timber, the Dutch defender for Arsenal forwards. Byrne got it to Hall just, and then
lucky.
Back
really
to Botman, and now Dubravka. This is trouble. Dubravka, he's found Hall. They got even luckier there, Newcastle. And Arsenal with William Saliba slightly behind Raya, has to adjust his feet and control at the edge of the penalty area. BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. Long from Raya, nobody there in Arsenal red and white, and Newcastle let it run. Goal kick. Eddie Howe takes a sip from a water bottle and then applauds his players. Bruno ties his bootlace in the centre circle. Talk to us about the setup, John Anderson, the system. 3 central defenders tonight. Change of formation. How is it working?
It's worked well, hasn't it? They haven't been put under a great deal of pressure. They look comfortable in what they're doing.
Dubravka looks out to the far touchline. Lewis Skelly wins the header, and then on by Cher. Isak helps it out to Murphy, wants the return. Murphy lifts it forward. Saliba comes across. Isak, brilliant first touch out on the far right hand side, and Arsenal have won it back and sent forwards by Newcastle again from Trippier. Raya has it in the penalty area. And it's at the feet of Arsenal's goalkeeper once more. Long ball looking for Havertz. Dan Byrne challenges for the ball. Tonali pushes it away, but it's with Odegaard, right side of central midfield, looking to go forwards. Instead comes inside to Rice. Now Lewis Skelly, the left back, corner of the penalty area, tries to get around Trippier. Trossard's got it. Newcastle forcing him away from goal, but the danger hasn't been cleared. It's Saliba, and now Timber for Arsenal. back to Trossard, rolls it into Odegaard in the penalty area, gets the return ball and a massive block. Huge block in the centre of the penalty area when Arsenal, through Odegaard and Havertz, combined dangerously. The shot was blocked. And Newcastle now are able to push up. And Arsenal trying to come through again. Martinelli, edge of the area, goes down under a challenge and then wide of goal inside the box. That is a big moment from Martin Odegaard, right-footed in the penalty area as Arsenal wanted a free kick. It ran to Odegaard, right-footed, centre of the box, and he sliced it wide.
Oh, I'm pleased that wasn't on his left. Delighted it wasn't on his left. It's hit the post.
Byrne made the challenge. Odegaard profited from the ball running loose, having got away from his man, and off the outside of his right boot, off the outside of the post. So Arsenal clipping the woodwork. Newcastle with a goal disallowed for offside thanks to VAR. Still 0-0. Isak with a good help on, gets it back from Gordon. He's in again. Oh, he's hit the woodwork. Murphy has scored. Jacob Murphy for Newcastle United, following up after Alexander Isak cracked one off the woodwork. And maybe this goal will stand and they will take the lead on the night. Jacob Murphy, such a key player in recent weeks, might just have edged Newcastle United closer to Wembley. 20th minute at St James's Park, having had one disallowed and having just seen Arsenal hit the woodwork. Isak with a shot off the post, Murphy following in, scores, and it's Newcastle United 1, Arsenal 0, and 3-0 on aggregate.
Oh, well, this is going to count, there's no doubt about that. Isak, so unlucky, so unlucky. I mean, this time it's on his left foot, does everything right, just curls it around Raya. Fortunately, he hits it at a great angle to go straight across goal into the path of Murphy, who just knocks it into an empty net.
Murphy's actually clipped the post on the way in. He's had to quickly adjust his feet to get the right connection, but he got the right connection, and he has his 5th goal of the season. And Arsenal are about to kick off, and 2-0 up after the first leg had Newcastle in control. 3-0 on aggregate now. It's a long way back for Arsenal. Here's Timber though, from the kickoff. Martinelli's cross flicked away by Botman. Vital touch in the middle of the penalty area. Lewis Skelly, who looks a good player, plays it back to Partey. Now Odegaard. Gordon gets in the way and it breaks for Tonali, and away go Newcastle United into the Arsenal half. Isak on the far side, Gordon to Tonali's left. Gordon gets it in the penalty area, but very well recovered Saliba to get back.
Oh, it's great defending.
Shoulder to shoulder.
Great defending. Oh, it's a hell of a game.
22 minutes have been played. 3-0 up on aggregate. Odegaard just outside the area. It's on his left this time and it's wide. That one didn't trouble Dubravka. Mikel Arteta, dressed all in black, applauds the Arsenal play. They've moved the ball in their typical slick style, but Newcastle lead on the night and now 3-0 on aggregate. And a goal kick at the Gallagher end. You're listening to BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. The part Isak played in the goal was not just the shot that hit the post and what a hit it was he helped it on to Gordon, got in front of the defender, hooked it round the corner, and then on it was played, and the front three linking up for the goal. Arsenal on the right wing with Martinelli, through the legs of Byrne. Lewis Hall covers, takes a touch and another. Can't get it clear. Burns behind him on the goal line. Hall plays it inside, straight to Odegaard. Havertz into the middle. Dubravka with a stop and behind by Cher for a corner.
Oh, I tell you what, this is some game. Can't be playing there. You've just got to stick. It's where you've got to learn. You're 3-0 up on aggregate. You're trying to play. Just stick your boot behind it. Stick it down into the corner. Arsenal have got to go and get it.
They can't give Arsenal any hope, any encouragement. Dubravka, it's his first save tonight, isn't it? Here's the latest Arsenal set piece. Odegaard left-footed towards the near post. Header from Kieran Trippier. Newcastle lead 1-0 on the night, 3-0 on aggregate. Odegaard preparing to take another corner in between the Milburn and the Gallagher end. Arsenal players run across the 6-yard box towards the near post. Odegaard goes for that part of the penalty area again, and it's another header. Kieran Trippier says it should be a goal kick.
No, it's
the third corner in a row.
Oh, the dark arts are coming out already.
Martin,
Dubravka's gone down.
what are you trying to allege?
Me? Nothing at all.
There are some who believe Arsenal are the masters of the dark arts. Dubravka's back up. Bit of a limp. Odegaard, 25th minute. The latest Arsenal corner, same area of the box. Newcastle get it clear. It wasn't straightforward, but they've got it away. And Gordon in the centre of midfield. Arsenal have gone too quickly with the free kick. That's potentially good for Newcastle because they weren't quite
This
set.
referee is not letting things go, is he? He's not letting people do things quickly.
I suppose that helps him keep control of matters, but
not when free kicks are concerned. You usually see them telling players to hurry up to get free kicks taken.
Kieran Trippier with great work there for the clearance from the corner. Now Arsenal play with Timber back inside to Saliba. Rice drags it back, rolls it across to the right side of the pitch to Odegaard. 15 yards out now, Martinelli. Hall and Gordon go to close down, back inside to Odegaard. Whipped towards the back post and headed behind.
Yeah, it's all right.
BBC Radio Newcastle, let me tell you, looking ahead to later, and who knows what is in store for us over the next couple of hours, but we will be with you till at least 10:30 tonight on the radio, reacting to the match, taking your calls.
Well, are you hanging around till midnight, are you?
Listen, if they win, I'll sleep here tonight.
Oh, well, good luck with that.
Yeah. You won't want to go home if they complete the job. It's Kieran Trippier tying his bootlace. Waste a few more seconds.
No laces in them boots.
They lead 1-0 on the night. Murphy has scored. Isak's had one disallowed. Arsenal have hit the post. And it's been a really good game, John.
It has been. It's been a really enjoyable game to watch, actually.
Isak tries to head on from the ball forwards. Martinelli chests it. Botman with a header on. Tonali up looking for Bruno. Newcastle haven't really had the ball on the floor across midfield, but they are playing with one fewer in there with a back five. Here's Cher with a header to Dubravka. The back three have been working well with each other. Ball on the floor, back in play with Newcastle. Gordon, nice take on the turn. Out to Hall, but it was over hit. Arsenal throw. Timber back to Saliba. Rice drops in. Arsenal with all their big names out there, those who are available. No Saka though because of injury. Gabriel Jesus also out. Into the corner towards Martinelli. 1-0 on the night to Newcastle, 3-0 on aggregate. Timber back to Martinelli, just onside. Martinelli blocked by Hall, out for a throw. Throw to be taken by Urian Timber. Back up the line to William Saliba. And now Martinelli. High cross from the right hand side. Trippier gave his man a shove and then heads it away. Good defending. 29th minute, ball 25 yards from Newcastle's goal, left side with Arsenal's Declan Rice. Rolled across the middle of Newcastle's half to Saliba. Steps inside away from Gordon. They've had most of the ball, Arsenal, but Newcastle lead on the night and on aggregate. Martinelli. Back to Timber. Inside to Partey. Isak gives him a bit of a shove, put him off balance, couldn't play it forwards. Back to Timber, and then Martinelli can't control the forward ball.
Caught on his heels, wasn't he? On his heels.
Lewis Hall, throw to take in the corner. Gordon up the line, Isak a bit further on, but more infield. Hall looks for Isak, but it's straight onto the boot of Partey and hooked back to Gabriel Magalhaes, the Arsenal Brazilian centre-half. Tonali challenge on Odegaard. And a throw. Odegaard might... Is he hurt? Just took a bit of a knock. He's off the pitch.
Yeah, he caught him, didn't he?
Arsenal play on quickly. Inside to Partey. Newcastle, everybody behind the ball. Isak's pulled out to the left. Gordon's more central at the moment. Timber to Partey. Gordon makes a challenge. Ball got away from the Arsenal midfielder, but it's another red and white shirt that's there. And now they play it on to Gabriel. Challenged by Newcastle, and they have it, and they're looking to break. Bruno could play in. Murphy, the goal scorer, up the line for Murphy to chase after. Gabriel gets across. Strong and quick play from Gabriel. He wins a free kick in the corner. And Kieran Trippier doesn't like it and has said something to Gabriel. And the referee...
Trippier's just run straight over him. Just pushed him in the back. No need to. Had him boxed in that corner, him and Murphy.
Listen to BBC Radio Newcastle. We're on the BBC Sounds app. If you have a smart speaker, you want to listen to us that way, ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle. Lewis Hall intercepting on the near side, just behind halfway. Gordon makes the forward run. It's through the middle. Raya's come out of his box and has got there. He did well, David Raya. Havertz on from halfway, high ball, bouncing, Botman comes over, beats Martinelli in the air.
Yeah, you'd expect them to do that.
And Newcastle United defending again. Arsenal have got them boxed in their final third. Partey to Odegaard, edge of the area. Bruno comes back to intercept Gordon on the outside, on this near side. Bruno looking for Gordon, just kept in, cuts inside. Gordon crowded out. Timber has the ball for Arsenal, across to the far side of central midfield. Trossard with a layoff to Rice, and now Odegaard, who's looked so dangerous for Arsenal and hit the post earlier on. Martinelli, left-footed shot, it's a weak one, hit the back of Dan Burn, and Newcastle get it clear. Gabriel on his chest has slipped. Isak's got it, but a long way from goal, and they've lost possession.
Gave it away.
Well, they can't be doing that. They haven't seen much of it tonight. Through ball into the box on the right for Havertz. Botman strong in the challenge. Goal kick. Newcastle 1, Arsenal 0. 3-0 on aggregate. John Anderson.
Yeah, it's so congested, so crowded. Arsenal have got no room to play in. I said beforehand that they play narrow. They've got no width whatsoever, so those three in there aren't getting shifted around. It's so easy for them to defend against at the moment.
A reminder, Newcastle 2 changes tonight. Dubravka has come in, Dubravka's kept his place. Trippier and Botman have come in for the injured Joelinton and Livramento. It's a back 5. Callum Wilson is on the bench after 2 months out. Botman header on by Tonali. Partey on his chest. And it's Lewis Skelly on the far side. Along halfway, Partey comes into the centre circle. 34th minute. Trossard's ball from the left wing. Botman comes across to head away from behind Rice, and Murphy with a ball lifted up to halfway. Isak with the header wins the ball. Now Isak, can he play someone through? It's Gordon on this near side, but it's sent him well wide. Still with Gordon though, he keeps it in and now heads towards the penalty area. Gordon still got it, laid off to Tonali. Gordon was caught, referee allows Newcastle to play on. Tonali with it on the left wing, needs some help, finds Gordon, onto Bruno, good take from Bruno. Juggles the ball, look for Tonali, gets it back Bruno and wins a throw. Here it is now with Gordon, who is fouled, and another decision for the referee, another free kick, and Newcastle are the beneficiaries this time. So, Lewis Hall preparing to deliver. "36 minutes. It's been a great game. Arsenal might be making a substitution. Here's Hall with the free kick, a good one. At the back of the box, they've got a chance, and it's gone for a goal kick despite some appeals for a corner. Fabian Schär closest to it in black and white, but Arsenal have defended that situation, and now they come forwards, looking to stretch Newcastle. Havertz on the left. They've broken so quickly. Havertz's cross all the way over from one side of the pitch to the other, and Odegaard can't keep it in. Looked like Arsenal were preparing to make a substitution.
Yeah.
There's a player down. I think it's Martinelli in the box. Ethan Nwaneri is going to come on. Another one of their talented youngsters. He's only 17. He's got 7 goals this season, including the 5th against Manchester City. It's Newcastle 1-0 on the night. They had one chalked off as well. Isak, an incredible finish, but he was offside when it was played to him. Arsenal have hit the post. Jacob Murphy then scored the goal that counted. And they're 3-0 up on aggregate, John Anderson. 8 minutes to half-time.
Don't need to do anything silly, just keep doing what they're doing. Arsenal throwing bodies forward, we're looking to break on them. It's like a game of chess, isn't it?
It's the most exciting
you can
game
have
of
the ball.
chess I've ever witnessed. It's the most exciting game of chess
I've never seen a really exciting game of chess, I have to admit, but
it's more strategic.
Yeah, it's
thoughtful.
Go on, you can have the ball, we'll allow you to have it, and then we'll look to break on you. You throw all the bodies forward and we'll break. It's been a great game. It's been a really enjoyable game.
And it's going Newcastle's way. And that's what matters most. Martinelli
off. Big disappointment for him personally. The Brazilian forward.
It's a pity he's off.
Here's Isak trying to get it back to Bruno. Arsenal player pass to Odegaard, then Rice to Havertz. Going on the outside, and Botman sees it back to Dubravka.
I would have sooner he stayed on, actually, Martinelli.
It's a hug from his manager. Fabian Schär, diagonal ball, looking for Gordon. Timber wins an important header. Then Bruno Guimaraes up into the air. Dan Burn nods it on, but it's only red and white shirts there. Partey, Gordon at his back though. Partey has turned inside.
Oh, well played.
And found Rice at the back of the centre circle.
Did well, didn't he?
Declan Rice.
Looked like he was going to have his pocket pinched.
Now, possession for Arsenal. Love to know the possession stats, how much ball they've had. It doesn't matter because Newcastle are winning tonight and on aggregate, but it shows you it's one metric to use, isn't it, when it comes to the way the game is being played. But with a back five, Newcastle set up differently this evening. No Joe Linton, injured, not in the squad. Here they go with Saliba, and now to Nwaneri, the substitute. He's lively and quick, and his cross deflects off Hall. Tonali's header, Gordon out to it on the near side, and Gordon trying to run Odegaard. Arsenal with a covering defender, Saliba, who did so well. And then Timber, not quite so well. Newcastle throw. Saliba's a fantastic player, and so is Gabriel, the other centre-back.
Yeah. They've got their hands full tonight with who they're marking, though.
He scored in the first leg at the Emirates. He scored the winner, that brilliant header, and what a cross from Gordon too, in November in the Premier League against Arsenal. Alexander Isak, 2 League Cup goals this season. Out of his 19, he almost had his 20th. Nwaneri on the outside of Hall, and he's overhit the cross. And as far as Newcastle are concerned, 5 minutes to half time, 3-0 up on aggregate. That'll do.
He looks lively though, doesn't he? Quick feet.
Referee's now talking to Arsenal's Leandro Trossard and Newcastle's Kieran Trippier on the far side. Dubravka puts the ball on the 6-yard line. Shooting towards the Leazes end. That's to the left-hand side as we look from the commentary box at St James's. Dubravka drives it long, looking for Trippier. It's beaten him, but Murphy keeps it in with a header. Gabriel away for Arsenal. Trippier gets his boot to the ball. Schär all the way back from halfway to Dubravka. Comes to the 18-yard line. Rice closes down. Dubravka goes back out to the right-hand side, but it's an Arsenal throw. 4 wins in a row for Arsenal before tonight. Newcastle, 2 defeats out of 3, but as Eddie Howe said yesterday, you can look at it longer term and see 10 wins out of 12. It's all about the perspective.
Well, it just shows your stats are what you want them to be. It's only one stat that matters.
Yeah. And it's in Newcastle's favour. BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. Arsenal on the left wing. Trossard taking on 2. Newcastle get the ball. Bruno then has kept it in on the goal line and found Trippier back inside to the box to Schär. I think the crowd would like them to get rid. Here's Bruno again, and that's a foul on Bruno by Havertz. And the referee might want to word Havertz, then pushes Trippier, who pushes him back. Dubravka jogs across. And the referee could get a yellow card out here for Kai Havertz of Arsenal. He's been the pantomime villain on more than one occasion, wearing Arsenal and Chelsea colours. Dan Burn tells him what he thinks of the challenge on Bruno, and Havertz is booked. That's the first caution of the night. Newcastle 1, Arsenal 0, aggregate score 3-0.
kicks to be taken.
You know, he's halfway down before he even touches them. He's so good at doing it.
He's not the most fouled player in the Premier League this season for nothing. I know this isn't a Premier League match, but
I'd love to know how many of them are actual free kicks, by the way.
You get my point. If you want to send us a message for half-time on X, we are at BBC Newcastle, or WhatsApp BBC at the start, 08000 321 333. That's 08000 321 333. BBC at the start on WhatsApp. Newcastle throw on halfway. 44th minute. Jacob Murphy scored tonight after Isak's shot crashed back off the post. Dan Burn on the near side under pressure, has to get it away. Gordon trying to get in behind Saliba. Gordon was being held. Yellow card coming for Saliba for pulling back Anthony Gordon just inside the Arsenal half.
Well, that's just a long ball forward. He's not trying to pick anybody out, he's just clearing his lines. Saliba misjudges it, gets caught under it.
Do you remember a week and a half ago when Arsenal's Miles Lewis-Skelly was sent off for stopping an attack?
Yeah.
But yellow card for that, which is par, and also Lewis-Skelly's red card was rescinded, overturned.
There was plenty of Arsenal shorts around that though.
Yeah, exactly. And Gordon had a long way to go to goal. But it's good for Newcastle. Hall with a driven left-footed free kick to the far side. Arsenal header away. Trippier competing for the ball. Could be a high foot. Referee says play on. Tonali's got it. Botman into a challenge as well. Dan Burn slides in. And how the crowd loved that. Dan Burn, strong challenge to win the ball back, and Bruno onto Isak. Newcastle trying to play. Isak gets outnumbered, and Partey with it. And that's tidy stuff from Partey into Odegaard, laid off to Timber, and Waneri running at Hall. He could be a threat in the second half. Waneri on the outside, the low ball to the near post. Havertz couldn't connect.
It's great defending. Botman tracks him all the way back in there.
Saliba with Isak chasing back to Raya, and a minimum of 5 additional minutes.
Where's he got them from?
The VAR check for the goal.
Oh yeah, that took 20, didn't it?
I thought they were going to give the Isak goal. The length of time it took for VAR to decide. Good win by Cher. Now Bruno. Not much black and white up ahead, but he's got Isak, who has Gordon to this near left-hand side. Gives it and goes. Gordon on the outside of Rice, who can't stop him. Gordon, edge of the area. He's gone for the curler. And it's just wide. Raya probably had it covered, but a decent attempt from Anthony Gordon.
Yeah, he had it covered, didn't he? Was always wide.
Partey brings the ball unchallenged over halfway into the Newcastle half.
Then gives it away.
Straight to Lewis Hall. Here's Bruno. Back to Burn. Closed down by Havertz. Inside to Botman, who is in the centre of the back three or back five, whatever your preference is. 1-0 on the night, 3-0 on aggregate. Botman's moved into a midfield position, helped the ball on, but Arsenal win it back. Lewis-Skelly. Trippier slides in to intercept. Vital bit of defending. Tonali to Gordon, who wants it played quickly, and Anthony Gordon gets it. Saliba comes to close down. Gordon into the penalty area on the outside, wins a corner.
It's probably the best he could do. There was nobody up with him. He's gone on the outside. It's a swinger as well, isn't it? There's nobody in black and white up with him.
Kieran Trippier to take this one. Over he comes, 2 minutes into the minimum of 5 additional minutes. Isak and Gordon having a chat in the penalty area as Burn and Cher and Botman line up near the penalty spot. Trippier's delivery. Arsenal with the first header, then the Newcastle header, and that's quite a clearance, isn't it? High and long from Havertz, Trippier with a header and hauled back to Dubravka, who has a touch and then sends it forwards, but nobody in black and white contested, and Timber lets it go. Arsenal throw on the near side, middle of their half. Referee tells Timber not to encroach any further. He needs an option. That's a long throw into space in midfield for Partey.
Good ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, they did really well there. Partey now 35 yards out, chip to the left to Lewis Skelly. On the outside, Trossard onto his right, Trippier with him, then across with his left that Kieran Trippier blocks, and that's a throw. Back it goes to Gabriel. Short ball inside to Partey. They go further back. Arsenal, there are 2 balls on the pitch, so the game will have to stop, but Arsenal will get it from the restart with just over 2 minutes of the 5 still to play. Newcastle leading on the night 1-0. 3 up on aggregate. Saliba to Timber. Odegaard. Right wing, 25 yards out, inside to Partey. He's seen so much of the ball tonight. Partey helped on to Odegaard, looking for Nwaneri on the outside of Byrne. Strong defending from Dan Byrne.
Great defending again.
Next to the corner flag.
Yeah, great defending again. Just put his body on the line.
More good work from the big man. Arsenal throw it back into play. Lewis Hall concedes another throw, same spot. Havertz is by the near post, Botman with him. Only one other red and white shirt in the penalty area, and that's Trossard. Arsenal still to take the throw. Timber. Rice comes to get it short, gives it back to him. Tonali trying to win it from Partey, gets his boot to the ball. Across the penalty area it goes. Trippier rises. Lewis Skelly gets there and has done very well. Trippier makes a recovery challenge, then Bruno with a foul.
I tell you what, he's a good player, isn't he? He's strong as well.
But that's half time. No time to take the free kick for Arsenal. And it's going Newcastle United's way. 45 minutes at St James's Park in the second leg. They have increased their lead on aggregate. 1 goal advantage on the night at half time. Jacob Murphy the scorer after Isak's shot crashed back off the post. Murphy followed in after Isak had a brilliant goal ruled offside by VAR, and in between times Arsenal had hit the outside of the post through Odegaard, who was well placed in the box. It's been a really good game, John Anderson. You've enjoyed it, and Newcastle are exactly where they want to be.
Yeah, it's been an excellent game. It's been end-to-end. It's, as you would expect, Arsenal having most of the ball, but we're just saying, look, you can have it, you can throw bodies forward, and we're just looking to break, and when we break we're causing the problems. Unlucky with the goal that was disallowed. It's an unbelievable finish. It's an absolutely worldly of a finish, and then he's unlucky with the one that hits the post, but it ricochets straight back into the path of Murphy, and that came straight after Arsenal had hit the post at the other end. So look, 3-goal advantage, good game, exactly the way that you thought it would be.
Just finally for the moment, Ando, remember you can send us messages on WhatsApp, BBC at the start, and the number 08000 321 333. The Isak goal that would have given them an unbelievable start on the night. It was a superb finish. He was just offside.
Yeah, it took an eternity as well. You know, it shouldn't take that length of time to decide whether it's a goal or not. I mean, but the finish is absolutely sublime. It's incredible finish. It's right in that top corner. Shame it was disallowed, because it was absolutely brilliant.
Well, Newcastle 2-0 up after the first leg. Plenty of nerves ahead of tonight, but it is going their way, and there are 45 minutes hopefully just 45 minutes more for them to navigate, and they will be going back to Wembley. But the job is still not done, despite Jacob Murphy's goal. On the night at half-time, Newcastle lead Arsenal 1-0, and on aggregate, it's Newcastle 3, Arsenal 0.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Lots of Newcastle United fans getting excited for the game later. We have got word that Rossi Moore from the Belford Mags is choosing not to go at the game and is instead going to be watching Cinderella with his missus. We thought this is incredible breaking news. I'm pleased to say our roving reporters have tracked down the man in question. Ross, can you confirm or deny the rumours?
There'll be no Cinderella, just the football.
You're not putting your other half ahead of the football for once, Ross.
Never.
It's the foundations for a beautiful relationship. Enjoy the footy, Ross, and enjoy it if you're going. We'll be back tomorrow morning, whatever happens.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
And this is Simon Pride at St James's Park, where so far so good. If Newcastle were halfway there after the first leg, they are 3/4 of the way there now. They have added to their advantage. They lead 3-0 on aggregate. And Jacob Murphy's goal in the first half here has, I think, settled a few nerves, Ando, it has to be said. And you enjoyed that first half, didn't you?
I did, yeah, I really did. I thought it was end to end. It was a little bit, you can have the ball, but when you give it away, we're going to break on you, we're going to break in numbers, and that's exactly what we did. Arsenal have had the majority of the ball, as you would expect. But I think
have they threatened? Do you
not
feel
really.
Like
no.
You haven't felt they're going to score any minute, have you?
No. For all the ball that they've had in and around our 18-yard box,
Odegaard's effort was the closest, hit the post.
Yeah, and Dubravka's had one other save to make apart from that. But they haven't really threatened Arsenal for all the ball they've had.
Yeah. I watched Kai Havertz coming off. He was laughing and joking with somebody about something. I'm thinking,
yeah, incredible.
You don't really want to be laughing and joking when you're 3-0 down in a semi-final.
Yeah, exactly.
And,
unfortunately, that's the mentality of it nowadays, isn't it? You're 3-0 down in a semi-final of a cup tie, and you're laughing and joking coming off at half-time.
I'm not sure, what his teammates would have thought of that, or I'm pretty sure Newcastle fans seeing that will be pretty happy. In terms of the second half, then I guess now what they'll do is
just keep doing what they're doing.
They'll keep doing what they're doing, but you will see a lot more of the dark arts coming in. There'll be delaying tactics.
You think?
You can guarantee that Dubravka will get a booking at some point.
You really think so, do you?
You know that's the case. I mean, Eddie Howe would love a bitty second half with no real flow to it.
You want to stop-start second half, don't you? You don't want Arsenal to get into any sort of rhythm. You want the game to be broke up as much as you possibly can.
Yes.
Stop it and start it. It's almost there. There's no doubt about that. I don't think Eddie Howe could have asked for better, to be quite honest.
I'm going to let you go and get a cup of tea now.
Thanks very much.
When you go, watch out, because I don't know if you saw what happened after the goal went in. You know how the Newcastle United analysts sit in the seats just in front of us. Graham Jones is there as well. One of them, I don't know whether it was Graham Jones or one of the analysts next to him, smacked his fist on the bit of plastic that we've all got in front of us on the desks here. He snapped it. He snapped it clean off. It's a huge piece of plastic, really sharp edges as well.
I hope he's going to pay for it.
Well, I hope he is as well, yes. But it's on the ground, just where you're going to be walking to try and get out. So careful of that on your way out. Ando will be back with Razor for the second half. Let me do some of the messages that you have been sending in as well. The WhatsApp number is 08000 321 333. The text number 81333. Start your message with the letters BBC. Bazza has been on. Bazza's in Washington. Enthralling first half, says Bazza. First class commentary from Razor and Ando. I love listening to the radio commentary. It makes me imagine the action better than TV, says Bazza from Washington. So thank you for your kind words, Bazza. And John says, so far so good, but only so far. So he's not counting his chickens yet. Back three, though, have been brilliant, especially Botman. Shows why he should be in the team, and certainly some of the conversation around the press box during the first half was around Botman and what he brings to Newcastle's defence, an assuredness, a calmness and a defensive grit as well. Stephen Leam Lane says, talk about the dark arts, Trippier is the tops at that. In fact, our back three are having a solid game. And Jamie says he's driving to work listening. He's in Brisbane. Drivers are throwing me funny looks as I celebrate wildly in bumper-to-bumper traffic. See you at Wembley, says Jamie. He is confident that Newcastle will finish the job in the second half. The Newcastle subs are all out warming up. I would imagine as well, if things stay as they are, that Eddie Howe will use his substitutes. He'll drip feed them in and try and break the game up as much as he can. Elsewhere, not a huge number of games taking place this evening. I'll bring you up to date though with what is going on in the Championship, a game which is of great significance to Sunderland, and Leeds United, who are going very well at the moment, are leading at Coventry City. They are into the second half there. Perot and Bogle with the goal for Leeds United, so they're 2 up. And in the Football League Trophy, Peterborough beaten Cheltenham by 3 goals to 2. And in the Scottish Premiership, Celtic lead Dundee by 2 goals to 0 as well. Before kick-off this evening, we received a message at BBC Newcastle from the family of the former Newcastle striker Alan Shoulder, who passed away at the age of 71 at the weekend. They just wanted to pass on their thanks to the North East football community for all of the tributes and all of the messages that they have received following the death of Alan Shoulder. He's well remembered by United fans of a certain age, having joined from Blythe Spartans in 1978. He's well known, of course, in non-league circles as well for his exploits at Blythe and elsewhere. After 4 years on Tyneside, he moved on to Carlisle and then to Hartlepool, and I know he's been talked about around the ground this evening by those who remember him in particular. Former Football League referee George Courtney knew Alan Shoulder very well as well, and he paid tribute on Total Sport.
As a player, he was indomitable. He really was. He was tenacious, he was combative, he was unrelenting, he was unforgiving. He was only small in stature but big in heart, 5'5", and he was frightened of nobody, even the biggest centre half. Alan would take no prisoners. Now I remember him later on in years when he was strike partner with Peter With, little and large, and they made a great combination. Yeah. But I knew Alan personally for many, many years, and I'm very sad at his passing. And obviously, I knew that he'd been suffering with serious illness for a long, long time, and he fought it the way he played his game. He would not give up. But at last, he's found peace. He's free from pain. I just want to pass on my condolences to his wife Marie and to their grown-up children. Shoulder, as we didn't call him Alan, we just called him Shoulder. Yeah. Shoulder was a character, and I'm afraid characters are few and far between in the modern game now, sadly.
He was at Blythe Spartans, of course, when he got his big move to Newcastle. There's many that say, George, that he probably should have played at a higher level earlier in his career, actually. Well, possibly, but in those days, Alan, we were similar backgrounds. He was a pitman. My dad was a miner, so we had things in common. But Alan thought of nothing of playing on an evening and then doing sometimes even the 4 shift first thing in the morning or back shift. But that's how they did it in those days. He could have been picked up earlier, but he said when he got into pro football, he certainly made his mark, didn't he? Particularly Newcastle, where he was for 3 years, and thoroughly enjoyed the experience, and certainly was no way out of his depth. But that was because of his determination, his motivation. He would not be beaten.
George Courtney remembering Alan Shoulder, the former Newcastle striker who has died at the age of 71. I'm sure he would have enjoyed this match this evening. There are plenty of smiles around St James's Park among fans at half-time who perhaps were a little bit nervous ahead of kick-off, just wondering if Arsenal got the first goal, what might have happened, but it wasn't to be. Isak scoring for Newcastle, disallowed after a long VAR review, disallowed for offside, but then Isak again smashing the inside of the post with a thunderous shot, and Jacob Murphy following up well to finish off the inside of the other post, and Newcastle leading 1-0 at half-time at 3-0 on aggregate. Nearly there. Just time to round up a few more things for you as well before the second half begins. And 72 football clubs in the National League have written to the EFL board demanding more promotion and relegation places. Now, they want to see the introduction of 3 promotion and relegation spots from next season. Currently only 2 go up and down between League 2 and the National League. Those who go up are the champions and the playoff winners, and Gateshead, of course, are currently in a National League playoff spot, and they were denied the right to take part in the playoffs last season because of issues over their tenancy of the International Stadium. That has now been solved, though. Oldham are a place above them. Their manager, Mickey Mellon's been talking about this. He says change is needed.
It's got to happen. It's ridiculous that the clubs at this level are being stopped from growing into the Football League and adding some to the Football League. It's something that I've said even when I was in the league. I believe that there's 6, 7, 8 teams in the National League that would make the Football League better.
So we'll see what happens there, but it might be that from next season there's an extra promotion place. Haven't got time to round up anything else for you because the Arsenal players are already back on the pitch. The Newcastle players will follow very shortly. The second half will be underway very soon. Razor and Ando will take you through it next.
Half-time highlights.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Still 0-0. Isak with a good help on. Gets it back from Gordon. He's in again. Oh, he's hit the woodwork. Murphy has scored. Jacob Murphy for Newcastle United. Following up after Alexander Isak cracked one off the woodwork. 20th minute at St James's Park, having had one disallowed and having just seen Arsenal hit the woodwork. Isak with a shot off the post, Murphy following in, scores, and it's Newcastle United 1, Arsenal 0, and 3-0 on aggregate.
Total Sport North East.
The EFL Cup.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Here are Newcastle United for the second half. Arsenal out first. And now the black and whites back on the pitch. Don't think there are any changes for the second half. Newcastle with a lineup of Dubravka, Trippier, Schär, Botman, Byrne, Hall, Bruno, Tonali, Murphy, the goal scorer, Isak, who had his goal chalked off. What a finish it was, so unlucky. Just offside, and Gordon. And Arsenal already making a change because of injury. Raya in goal, Timber, Saliba, Gabriel, Lewis Skelly at the back. Midfield 3 of the captain Odegaard, Partey and Rice. And then Nwaneri on for the injured Martinelli, Havertz and Trossard. Newcastle substitutes bench includes Callum Wilson. What's the half-time mood been like, John Anderson, in the concourse area?
Oh, everybody's buzzing, as you would expect. You know, I think everybody's more than happy with the way that things have gone so far.
And why not? Newcastle in control of the tie. Already in control of the tie and increased that advantage. They are shooting towards the Gallagher end in the second half. Here at St James's Park on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sound. Schär up towards Murphy, intercepted by Gabriel. Bruno plays it back to Schär. They recover possession. Arsenal need 3 unanswered goals to take this to extra time. Hall up the line for Gordon, no offside. Gordon checks back and then tries to go on the outside of Partey, and it's an Arsenal throw, last touch off the Newcastle winger. Now Isak putting pressure on as Arsenal play it back, and Timber gives it to goalkeeper Raya. Black and white stripes against the white and red shirts of Arsenal. Raya to Rice. Fabian Schär pushed right up out of central defence into the forward line to press Bruno. That's a bad one, and a yellow card. He was late into the challenge on the Arsenal player, and the referee straight to his pocket, yellow card. It was Trossard. There is VAR, but Bruno's been yellow carded. He was sent off at the end of the last semi-final. I think yellow card's just about right for that one, but it's a bad challenge. And Bruno's been over to say his piece to the referee, and I think also to check on Trossard. So his name's gone into the book. The Arsenal man's still down in the medical team, haven't been called on.
Tell you what,
the physio's waiting with the bag. And Trossard still on the deck. Referee Simon Hooper, who's from Wiltshire, tells Arsenal either get on with it or get someone on to treat Trossard if he needs some help. Yellow card for Bruno. Do you think it's fortunate, or do you think that's about right?
No, I think it's about right. I don't think he can have any complaints with the yellow card. I mean, he's late.
Well, after a delay, we are now ready to resume. Trossard limping. They'll look for him to run that off. They've already lost one wide player, one from their forward line. They don't want to lose another. The free kick, long, Trippier behind it, tries to help it away. Rice has beaten Schär to the ball on the near side, then Trippier covering, hooks it clear towards halfway. Header there from Gabriel, not the best for Saliba's lost it to Gordon. Gordon with an open goal, and it's just wide. Gordon with an open goal from a long way out, centre of the Arsenal half. Went early, tried to take advantage of Raya's position, but missed the target. Arsenal now play it out short from the back, Raya to Rice, and Saliba on the right hand side, but what an opportunity for Gordon.
Yeah, should have scored.
Botman with a couple of big challenges. Now Bruno, got to be careful as he goes into a challenge. Rice wins it, and Trossard seems okay on the outside of Trippier, deflects it behind for a corner. Before the corner, go back to the Gordon effort.
Yeah, I mean, big chance. Defender takes a huge risk, gets caught. Raya's position's all over the shop.
50th
that would have been game, set, match.
Yeah, if Newcastle score again tonight, assuming Arsenal don't get one, then that will be 4-0 on aggregate. Here's the corner, it's on the near side, the Arsenal left, Lee's end, Declan Rice. Arsenal have got two on the box, Odegaard's drifting over towards the corner, but Rice drives it into the middle. Dubravka punches out to the far side.
Brave. Good punch as well.
Kept in by teenager Nwaneri. Back into the box, Murphy heads it behind in front of Rice. It'll be another corner.
Yeah, good defending.
Declan Rice, driving force in the Arsenal midfield, and also a set-piece taker. Here they come again. 3-0 to Newcastle on aggregate. Rice's delivery towards the back post, and that will be a goal kick. It beat everybody. Byrne went up with an Arsenal player beyond the back stick, but neither got a touch.
No. Just went long, didn't he? Went deep. Straight out of play.
Just seen the Gordon chance again. He's cut across it a bit too much, hasn't he? He's about 30 yards out. And not at all trying to criticise the attempt, because he did have to go quickly. Just needed probably to be straight, didn't it? Here's Trippier with a header forwards. Isak lurking dangerously, but two Arsenal headers get it back to Raya. Raya puts the ball on the floor. Gordon goes to close down. Schär's won it. Gordon! This time it's in! This time it's in from Anthony Gordon! And Newcastle United are almost there. Anthony Gordon profiting after Arsenal took a risk playing it short from the back, and he slotted it beyond the keeper and into the bottom corner. And what about this? 52 minutes played in the second leg, 2-0 on the night again, and 4-0 to Newcastle United on aggregate.
Game, set, match, pack your bags, go home, get your rail tickets, get your hotel tickets, get anything you want, because there's no way in the world Arsenal are recovering from this. I mean, talk about suicidal football. They just give it away on the edge of their own penalty area. What Ray is thinking of, I do not know.
And it's, yeah, he's level. Just looked at the onside check. Well, he's not just level, he's onside. And it's that high press again with a player from defence. Fabian Schär, look at that. They've got 3 men in central defence, but when they're usually Schär has been ordered to go forwards, give Newcastle an extra body in that area. They won't be, with a midfielder less tonight with no Joe Linton as Arsenal kick off. Schär's been the one, that presence up there, and he won it back for Gordon. So tactically, something else that Eddie Howe and his staff have got bang on.
Yeah, tactically tonight they've been excellent.
Arsenal attacking up the right hand side. Here comes Sven Botman to scoop the ball away from Timber close to the penalty area. 54 on the clock. BBC Radio Newcastle, the BBC Sounds app. And if
you know what the score is, don't you?
Oh, don't. No, it's 2-0 tonight.
No, it's 4-0.
No, it's 2-0. You cannot say things like that. Trossard into the penalty area.
Well, you played it at the start of the programme.
Yeah. There is such a thing as the curse of the commentator.
Don't be silly, Razor.
Listen, I'm still nervous because they're not there yet. Here's Isak. Well, it could be 5-0 if he'd been onside. He was just off in the first half. Lewis Hall back to Tonali. Now Isak is offside here. It's a long ball forwards. Now the flag goes up as he takes a touch. Just go through the bench in full because we didn't at the start of the second half. Pope, Wilson back from 2 months out. Target, Kraft, Osula, Livramento, Willock, Longstaff, Miley. The last 3 there will have been hoping to play with no Joe Linton. But Eddie Howe changing the system, and Newcastle 4-0 up on aggregate. Trossard on the outside, Trippier with him. Trossard a back heel, Trippier's got it, and Bruno. Trossard, there's a couple of fouls in there surely. Bruno then gets a free kick from the Belgian, and Simon Hooper, the referee, on the spot to blow the whistle, give Newcastle the decision. It's funny because they won 1-0 at Southampton 2 years ago, a Southampton team that was getting relegated. That was a night they missed loads of chances, and they came here and through 2 Sean Longstaff first half goals were in a really strong position. And yet the aggregate score against Arsenal, second in the Premier League, great run of form, is bigger. And this is a much tougher test, but this team does better against the top sides. Just look at the matches they've lost at home. Teams that have come and in some cases, most cases, deserve to win. But when they've played the established top teams and top clubs, they've tended to get it right.
What do the real top sides do?
Well,
they beat them teams. They don't just turn up against the top sides.
Dan Burn chasing a ball that bounces once and then he heads it towards Hall near the touchline. Hall sends it forwards, it stayed in play, and that's some miscontrol by Arsenal. Gordon battling for it, Gordon coming away with it, Bruno trying to get there, but can't go into challenges, can't throw himself in on a yellow card. Trossard on the near side, away by Trippier. And Raya on the edge of the penalty area brings it under control. Newcastle 2, Arsenal 0, and 4-0 on aggregate. 57 minutes. Here's an Arsenal attack on the right-hand side. Nwaneri towards the goal line. He gave them a spark when he came on for the injured Martinelli in the first half. And they will look to get him involved as much as they can, the 17-year-old. Scored 3 times already in the League Cup this season for Arsenal. This is Odegaard. Nwaneri's on the edge of the penalty area. It's lifted into the box. Havertz chests it. Bruno brings it away as Havertz hits the deck. Bruno fouled by Partey. No further punishment, but Newcastle with a free kick just at the edge of their defensive third.
Yeah, Havertz went down looking for a free kick, never getting it. Through a touch, just bounced off his chest.
Jacob Murphy in the first half, Anthony Gordon in the second. St James's Park. Is buoyant with just over half an hour to play. Dan Burn trying to help it on from the free kick, and Isak was interested in the middle. Raya goes quickly through the centre, and Havertz is getting on the end of this. Lewis Hall makes a challenge. No foul, says the referee. Hall went up against Havertz, edge of the box. Referee,
oh, he's giving the free kick the other way for handball.
Giving it Newcastle's way. Was it handball? Was it a foul by Havertz on Gordon? Or did he land? I must have landed.
I don't know where the handball was.
We're trying to work it out. Mikel Merino and Raheem Sterling are going to come on for Arsenal.
There was no handball. But you take him.
Same old Arsenal, always cheating, sing the Newcastle fans. They've been singing that all night. Fabian Schär trying to help
Arsenal for the disallowed goal.
Anthony Gordon, great win, and a ball to Isak, left-hand side, attacking the penalty area. Isak goes for the shot low down.
He wants to score, doesn't he?
He's desperate to score. And Raya makes a comfortable save. Gordon, great work in the build-up. Ball still in the Arsenal half. Tonali putting pressure on. Back it goes to Raya. Into the centre to Partey. Away he goes. Bruno chasing back, gets into position. Arsenal give it to Lewis Skelly, the left back, who was right central midfield. The other teenager, Nwaneri.
Looks a good player, doesn't he?
Out to him again from Havertz. Hall with a block. Tonali covering. Tonali mopping up. But he's taken the ball over the line and out for an Arsenal corner. Martin Odegaard replaced by the former Newcastle man Mikel Merino. Their captain being replaced.
Good player.
That chance that clipped the outside of the post. Odegaard at 0-0 on the night. And after that, very shortly afterwards, Newcastle went and made it 1-0. The other player going off is Leandro Trossard. Raheem Sterling coming on. It's on loan from Chelsea, Sterling. And he has one goal for Arsenal, which was in the League Cup against Bolton in round 3. And they've also beaten Preston and Crystal Palace in the competition this season. Newcastle 4 up on aggregate. Defending a corner on the far side. Left-footed in-swinger, header by Jacob Murphy behind.
It wasn't a great corner, was it? Flat near post, didn't even get past the 6-yard line.
BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds.
on what is shaping up to be a special night. Another Arsenal corner, left-footed in-swinger, Dubravka with a punch. Then a header from Big Dan Burn, and Bruno onto it, and he could release Isak, who chases. Rice is on after him in pursuit. Isak's kept it in and won a throw. And there was still a very long way towards goal. Throw in the Arsenal half.
You want to get him off.
Isak. Well, if he can get his goal, they might give him a rest. Callum Wilson's back. He's warming up, as is Joe Willock.
Just keep him fit.
Tino Livramento, Lewis Miley also along the touchline. Botman making his 5th appearance of the season, playing it to Cher, back to Dubravka. It's his 14th, and this is Newcastle's 31st game of the season, so Nick Pope just ahead in terms of appearances. Trippier, header towards halfway. Gabriel on Cher, backpedaling, challenges for the ball with Havertz. Cher comes away with it, gets a nudge. Trippier keeps it in and passes it inside to Botman. Last seen in the first half against Bournemouth, brought back in tonight. Gordon tried to just chop inside away from Partey, couldn't do so. Arsenal have it back and on the attack on the outside. Nwaneri flashes it across the face of goal, but it's a throw for Newcastle near side.
Got no centre forward, have they? Nobody who gets in on the end of that. Havertz was the 18-yard box. You've got to get yourself in there if you want to score goals. He's been lively since coming on. Great ball, wasn't it?
2-0 on the night, 4-0 on aggregate. BBC Radio Newcastle. We're on the BBC Sounds app, so if you're on the move, you can listen to our commentary there, get the Newcastle perspective. Or if you're at home, or in someone else's house, if they have a smart speaker, or if you do, ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle. And our commentary on the FA Cup tie at Birmingham on Saturday will also be available on BBC Sounds in the UK only on Saturday. 64th minute, Arsenal again on the attack, right wing. Timber, the fullback, 5 yards from the penalty area, centre of Newcastle's half now. Miles Lewis Skelly. Tonali pushes the ball away from Partey, but it's back to Gabriel. Every Newcastle player behind the ball, closing off the space. There is room wide left for Raheem Sterling. On his right, Sterling threatening to take on Kieran Trippier, could head for the line, holds onto the ball. Murphy there as well, doubling up Newcastle, back to Gabriel, whips over the cross, headed away out to the far side. I think it was Byrne who got there, and he must have been Byrne, who's gone for an Arsenal throw. Callum Wilson's come back to the bench, but no sign of a Newcastle switch just yet. Havertz, close to the edge of the area, it's hit his heel, and he's lost it to Isak, and away goes Gordon. Over halfway, Anthony Gordon cuts back inside, protects the ball, plays it back to Lewis Hall, and is applauded for doing so. Botman to Tonali. Cher onto Tonali, wide to Trippier. Back into the middle to Bruno. Looking for maybe the run of Murphy through a gap. He went perhaps too high and too straight. Now look at this, Fabian Cher, Arsenal with a goal kick. Sprints 30 yards to join the Newcastle press, but Arsenal have gone quicker than United expected. And the ball is in play. It's still at the feet of Raya, and he goes up to Havertz at the back of the centre circle. Botman clears. He won that 1v1. And Mikel Merino, whose one Newcastle goal came here, a winner against Crystal Palace in 2017, plays it back, and then in midfield there's a foul by Newcastle, and Arsenal take a quick free kick next to the centre circle. 2-0 tonight, 4-0 on aggregate, 25 to play, assuming nothing silly happens. Sterling. Lewis Skelly tries to go in between Trippier and Murphy. They do enough, and it's a corner.
I'm not sure what they're singing. I don't think it's one with bad language in, but a chorus of it around St James's Park, and it brought a smile to lots of Newcastle supporters. Here's the Arsenal corner. Rice, header at the back post. Dan Burn again, and an Arsenal header, and Newcastle trying to clear, but they can't. Another corner, this time on the far side. Well, home fans enjoying themselves. 4-0 up on aggregate, with a cup final at Wembley for the winners. What a position to be in. Arsenal preparing to take a corner. Referee is talking to Jurien Timber and Bruno Guimaraes in the box. Bruno's on a yellow card, remember. Needs to be careful. Now the referee is satisfied. Here comes the corner kick, left-footed curler. Dubravka punches. Gordon backs in to try and head it away. It's forwards by Arsenal, then won back by Murphy, and out to Isak left side. Gets there before Rice. Isak, a throw-in will do in the middle of Newcastle's half. And Eddie Howe, hands in pockets, looks on. Still no activity on the bench. Callum Wilson's gone to warm up again. Anything to add, John Anderson, on how the game has been played since Newcastle got their second tonight?
No, they don't need to do a great deal. You know, they're 4-0 up on aggregate, 2-0 up on the night. Just keep doing what they're doing. I mean, Arsenal can have all the ball, but they're not doing a great deal with it.
Hall with a forward ball. Gordon can't get there. It's a header from Gabriel. Then Hall with a challenge for the ball on halfway. It's an Arsenal throw. Newcastle have won 3 of their last 4 home matches against Arsenal before tonight. Prior to that, their record against them was really bad on Tyneside. 2 wins out of 19. It's a fixture they've enjoyed over the last couple of seasons. Chipped in behind for Arsenal. Byrne gets there. Hall turns it clear. Gordon helps it on to Isak. Back to Gordon. Lovely link up. Gordon, surrounded by red and white shirts, drifts inside, plays it into the corner. Look at this pace of Isak, sprinting to put Arsenal under pressure, but great defending from the very composed Saliba. And Arsenal onto Havertz near halfway. Sven Botman makes sure that he doesn't pass. And that's a free kick for the visitors. 5 years since Arsenal won a trophy. The FA Cup in 2020, behind closed doors. It was only 6 months or so into Mikel Arteta's reign, so he has brought them some silverware. They're out of the FA Cup, but they've still got the Champions League, and 6 points behind Liverpool in the Premier League. But Liverpool with a game in hand. 4-0 to Newcastle on aggregate. Ball in the centre circle with Arsenal. It's BBC Radio Newcastle.
They look like a side who've run out of ideas.
Botman away. Tonali back to him. Botman away again. It's gone backwards off Rice. Here's Gordon's header. Tonali nods it forwards. Neither team can keep it. A reminder, we'll be with you until at least 10:30 on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds with discussion and reaction. Dan Byrne with a tackle and a clean one on the far side. Hall and Byrne then between them lose out. Arsenal, this is a great run. Gordon gets back to see it behind for a goal kick. He's done some good work at both ends of the pitch. Anthony Gordon, the scorer of Newcastle's second goal tonight. He laid on the Isak goal that was chalked off by VAR. He had a hand in the Murphy goal that counted, and there he just got in the way, but it was Waneri again, wasn't it?
Yeah, Dubravka's gone down again now.
Nick Pope goes for a jog up the touchline, and Dubravka might need the medical bag. On comes the physio. And The coaching staff are calling players across. Alexander Isak's got an energy drink. Jacob Murphy gets a gel pouch to squirt into his mouth. Murphy didn't want to be accused of littering, so he gave it back to a member of staff who then threw it on the floor. Kieran Trippier having a long talk with Jason Tindall. If you want to call us to come on after the game once we've had, hopefully, full-time celebrations. 72 minutes have been played. 2-0 tonight, 4-0 on aggregate. 0800 234 6565. Call us now while there's a pause in play. 0800 234 6565. And on WhatsApp, BBC at the start of your message, 08000 321 333. Murphy in the first half, Gordon in the second. Gordon scored tonight at pretty much the same time he scored at the Emirates in the first leg. And it came shortly after he had a chance to score from a longer way out with the goal unguarded. Raya out of his box, Newcastle winning it back. A shot that he pulled wide, but no mistake when Fabian Schär won it back on the edge of the box from Gordon to double the lead. Bruno slams into a challenge, but the ball has rebounded nicely for Arsenal, and it's Rice just outside the area, and Nwaneri out to the far touchline, then back to the youngster. Dubravka makes a save low down by his left-hand post.
It's the first shot they've had in this second half.
Back-to-back home defeats. They'd never lost 3 in a row at St James's under Eddie Howe. And Arsenal, as you said, Ando, looking like they'd run out of ideas. Newcastle would love a third just to finish this off perfectly, and Sandro Tonali gets away on the left wing. Isak at the back of the box. Tonali turns in the corner, trying to protect the ball. He's gone down holding his leg, but
throw in.
It's a throw rather than free kick. Tonali has stayed down. It was Partey with him, the big Arsenal midfielder. Sort of kicked around the side of his leg. Callum Wilson makes his way back to the bench. I wonder whether we'll see him tonight. 15 to play. Wilson, only 4 Premier League sub-appearances this season. Gordon from the throw. Ball just stayed in on the line. Arsenal then get it back in the corner. They play it up that touchline. Sven Botman dispossesses Havertz, and it's a Newcastle throw off the big German centre forward. He's got 15 goals this season for Arsenal, Kai Havertz, but you're not necessarily his biggest advocate, are you?
No.
Arsenal win it back, and they play it into central defence, but Gabriel is now next to the centre circle. The numbers board in the hand of the 4th official, but it'll be an Arsenal change. They're on the edge of the area. Sterling challenged by Bruno. Ball runs into the box. Newcastle have it through Hall, and it's on to Gordon, and Hall with boundless energy carries on the run up the line. Gordon towards halfway, breaks a couple of challenges, but Saliba, who else? His positioning is always spot on. Was a heavy touch from Gordon there, but Saliba, great work. Now Havertz in the area, could be a chance, but he's got it wrong. Went inside, then back outside with a heavy touch, and Dubravka has the ball.
15 goals. I don't know how he's got 15 goals.
Two more Arsenal changes. Ricardo Calafiore, the Italian defender, a big summer signing, and midfielder Jorginho, who came on in the first leg, not a regular starter for Arsenal anymore. Newcastle with the ball in the 77th minute, 2-0 tonight, 4-0 on aggregate. They want a free kick for the challenge on Gordon on halfway, they don't get it. Then Dan Burns thrown himself into a challenge and might have landed awkwardly. The Arsenal changes then, here they come. Calafiori is being introduced for Jurrien Timber. And the next one, to see Jorginho enter the pitch. Is Thomas Partey, straight swap. Emil Kraft is going to come on for Newcastle, and possibly Joe Willock too.
5, Thomas Partey, and 12, Jurrien Timber. That's 20, Jorginho, and the 33, Ricardo Calafiori.
BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. Heading towards the final 10 minutes. Arsenal play it out to the left wing, this near side. Raheem Sterling on the attack. Into the penalty area, laid off towards Rice. Newcastle scramble it clear. Saliba, central position, plays it to the substitute Calafiori on the right. Jorginho's cross, header away by Cher. Calafiori is playing it right back. They've kept Lewis Skelly at the near side. Newcastle waiting to make their substitutions. Sterling tackled by Murphy, that'll be a corner.
Yeah, he just waited for him, didn't he? He's just poked it out of play. Corner kick with 12 minutes left.
Arsenal plenty of set pieces. Still didn't get the possession stats at half time. I'd like to know how many corners they've had as well. Here's another one. Rice drives it in. It's too long. Everyone went front post or centre. I think it would have been too high anyway.
They've had 68% possession.
That's overall now.
Yeah, they've had 361 passes to our 176.
And corners, is that 11 with the one they've just taken to Newcastle's 1. Jacob Murphy, scorer of the first goal tonight, is replaced, and thanked for his efforts by the Newcastle supporters. And the other player going off is Sven Botman, restored to the 11 tonight, replaced by the popular Emil Kraft.
It's been great again, hasn't he, Botman?
A double change made by Eddie Howe, with Newcastle 4-0 up on aggregate and 10 to play. Kraft's 6th appearance of the season and his first since they beat Chelsea in the 5th round at the end of October. He's had a broken collarbone, Emil Kraft. Rice away from Willock. And I'm sure Joe Willock will get plenty of love from the Newcastle fans tonight. On against his former club. Started the first leg, Willock. Arsenal, nice link up edge of the box. Bruno in the way and takes the ball out to the left wing. Finds Gordon under pressure, dispossessed by Calafiori. Back it goes towards the defender Gabriel, and now on into midfield for Jorginho. Challenge in the box, no foul, says the referee. Arsenal, there are some appeals, particularly from Jorginho, and Havertz looks towards Simon Hooper, who says there was nothing in that, as he challenged for the ball with Dan Burn, who is down and has cramp. What's your view on that challenge?
It's never a penalty. He only had one arm round him.
Going to the,
Well, I know what you're going to say here, but go to the mind of the referee. If he sees that, obviously his position is different. Was it 50-50, or was Byrne doing more based on what you've seen? Did Arsenal have a case? Because there's VAR tonight.
Byrne had an arm around it, but I don't think there was enough in it.
Eight minutes of normal time to play. We still haven't seen Callum Wilson, but maybe we will. Alexander Isak remains out there up front, and a glorious goal that he scored so early tonight that we thought had given Newcastle lift off, just offside. But at this stage they've scored 2 more, so it hasn't mattered. Header away by Newcastle. Tonali onto Bruno, trying to get it forwards. Willock, who's on the right side, was chasing after it, but it's brought back after Bruno was caught late in midfield by Lewis Skelly. 0800 234 6565 is BBC Radio Newcastle's number. I think it was Sterling who made the challenge, although the camera cuts straight to Lewis Skelly. Someone's been yellow carded for Arsenal.
I think it was Sterling who got the yellow card.
Well, it was Lewis Skelly with the challenge, but it looked like Sterling got yellow carded. Maybe our studio can clear that up.
It's never a free kick, by the way. Never in the world a free kick.
Yeah, I think it was Sterling who was yellow carded. Here's the free kick from Dubravka to the edge of the box. Byrne in the way, and Willock could have been a handball in there actually, off Dan Byrne. Arsenal have brought the ball clear. Havertz, Trippier with a challenge, Kraft covering, plays it up the line, and it stayed in, and it's Willock. Isak wants it in the middle. Willock keeps going. Got a nudge, gives it back to Trippier. Bruno gives him an angle on towards Willock. Joe Willock hangs up a cross. Lewis Hall coming in. Arsenal half clear. Isak for Tonali, and Newcastle
offside.
Stopped by an offside flag anyway. Jorginho away from Isak. Arsenal still in their own half. Now up the right hand side, Calafiori. If you've just joined us, or you want the comfort of a reminder,
and you don't want to know the score on Lucky,
don't wait for the highlights. Let me tell you, tonight Newcastle 2, Arsenal 0. On aggregate, Newcastle 4, Arsenal 0. Gabriel. Emil Kraft pinches it, and now Tonali might get there and does. Option to the left is Gordon. Arsenal with plenty of bodies back. Gordon has it. Tonali caught late. They switch it towards Willock. Brought down by Willock just outside the area, but a recovery challenge from Lewis Skelly. Yeah. Tonali down with cramp. Arsenal not going to show any courtesy whatsoever. They're going to play on. Tonali back up, limping. Arsenal have got 5 minutes of normal time to score 4 unanswered goals. Hall inside to Bruno. Isak on the move. He's gone into the Arsenal half, so he would have been offside. Tonali then tried from the loose ball after he won it to get Gordon in. Calafiori has it. Then Havertz with a shot blocked by Trippier, edge of the area. Bruno. Oh, that's a bad one on Bruno from Rice, and he should get a yellow card. Well, from our angle, that didn't look good. Bruno's back up though, might have done Rice a favour. Looked like a bit of a lash at him, but thought he might have caught him across the knee. It's a free kick, nothing more. Tonali's back down. Sean Longstaff and Callum Wilson are preparing to come on, and Sandro Tonali gets applauded off by Bruno.
Be great again tonight, Andy. Just covers so much ground.
reads the game so well. And there'll be no goal tonight for Alexander Isak that counts anyway, because he is going off and Callum Wilson is back. 57 minutes of action across 4 substitute appearances this season for Wilson. 2 months out with a hamstring injury, but on for the final few minutes of the second leg with Newcastle ready to return to Wembley. 4-0 up on aggregate. Forward ball by United, out for a throw on the near side. Arsenal in the left back position. Longstaff goes to close down Marino, back into the box to Raya, out to the left to Gabriel, forwards it goes, Trippier is there, slams it out of play, goal kick. Lewis Skelly, was he late on Trippier?
No.
I didn't see.
Late.
What happened? Because there's arguments going on.
Just pushed him.
Okay.
He pushed him back.
Trippier did it.
Hello, how are you?
Okay.
Are you well?
Trippier patted him on the back, so probably did him a favour. Intercepted by Byrne. Bruno, edge of the box. Bruno, shot that was under pressure and scrutiny from the Arsenal defence that he couldn't wrap his boot around, and it's gone wide. But again, a centre-back coming up to the forward line to apply the pressure. It led to a goal earlier. It nearly led to another there. 4-0 on aggregate. Havertz wins a header in the centre circle. Arsenal get it up to him relatively quickly. 89th minute on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Rice in behind for Sterling. Trippier up into the night sky. Longstaff and Marino go for it. It's Jorginho back to halfway. Rice, a 1-2 with Sterling, into the box. Lewis Skelly onto Declan Rice. Trouble here. Dubravka with a save with his boot at the near post, and it goes out for a throw. Into the box it goes. Dubravka with a diving save, trying to prevent a corner, but he can't. So another Arsenal set piece. That'll be number 12. A minute of normal time to play. Call us now, 0800 234 6565. If you want to text an SMS message, 81333, BBC at the start. And we'll be with you until at least 10:30 tonight on BBC Radio Newcastle. Arsenal's corner as the away end empties. Rice into the middle of the 6-yard box.
Oh, what a chance!
Headed over. They had a few of those in the first leg. Not so many tonight, but Miles Lewis Skelly got underneath it, and it's way over the bar.
Yeah, free header. 6 yards out. Plants it way over the top. Good player, this kid, though, isn't he?
Mikel Arteta, it's happened again, is the cry from the Newcastle supporters. The 90 minutes are now up, and the fourth official puts 4 minutes on the numbers board. 1 for every goal Newcastle have scored across the 2 legs. 1 for every goal they got back 14 years to the day. On the night when Cheick Tiote, the late Cheick Tiote's son, Raphael, is one of the mascots. His dad with the iconic late equaliser in 2011. And now in additional time, Emil Kraft wins a free kick, and here comes Lewis Miley for captain Bruno. He's going to give the armband to Dan Byrne, but he's told give it to Kieran Trippier instead. Standing ovation for Bruno and Lewis Miley for his 8th appearance of the season, and 7 of those have been as substitutes.
The striker.
Trippier throw on halfway.
The striker.
Looking for Wilson. Helped on by Wilson. I think we might have some Arsenal fans behind us.
Yeah, saying they should have signed a striker.
Yeah.
Maybe you should.
Here's the throw into the centre. Newcastle win it back through Gordon and now Cher, and Lewis Hall helped on into the path of the fullback. Hall holding it up. Oh, lovely skill from Hall, but Calafiore just had the edge. Plays it forwards. There's a foul by Cher. And Arsenal free kick. Fabian Cher getting involved with Kai Havertz.
He's yellow carded.
And getting a booking. And to be fair to Havertz, he has walked away. He didn't really want any part in that. 2 minutes to go. Murphy in the first half, Gordon in the second, on top of the 2-0 win in the first leg. They have handled the occasion and the match, and with a change of system and without a big player in Joe Linton, superbly.
Yeah, they've done what they had to do. I mean, 2-0 up, they will always be cruising. They've been the better side throughout.
90 seconds to play. Arsenal still attacking. And they win another corner kick. Across the two legs. They must have had more than 20. Hall with a block. A huge effort again. And a great response to Saturday. The biggest match of the season, and they've got it right, Newcastle United and Eddie Howe and his staff. Here's the Arsenal corner in the 4th minute of additional time. 4-0 up on aggregate. High, left-footed, back of the 6-yard box, claimed by Martin Dubravka. How good has he been since coming into the team 2 months ago?
Yeah, and people wanted him out. People wanted Pope to start tonight.
20 seconds, and then it's up to the referee. Dubravka kicks from his hands. Callum Wilson tries to help it down to Lewis Miley. Arsenal forwards looking for the run of Havertz. Edge of the area, Cher makes the challenge. Havertz takes it out wide. Trippier gets there. And it's a free kick for Newcastle United. Might have been obstruction from Havertz, possibly handball. And the minimum 4 minutes are up. They have done it. There's going to be another Wembley weekend because Newcastle United are into a second League Cup final in 3 seasons. 2-0 advantage after the first leg a month ago. A long wait for this second meeting with Arsenal. Form had been variable since then. Arsenal very much on the up. But Jacob Murphy in the first half and Anthony Gordon in the second have secured Newcastle United's return to Wembley on a special night at St James's Park. And it's the sort of night that for many years these fans could only dream of. But Eddie Howe and his team are making this a reality and are making this a bit of a habit. And this season could still bring silverware. What an achievement to get back to Wembley, and what a prospect on Sunday the 16th of March. Newcastle United in another cup final, and they'll play either Tottenham or Liverpool. A great night, John Anderson.
It was a good game. The first half was great. Second half was stop-start. As we said the Friday at half-time, you want the second half to be stop-start. You don't want any rhythm in the game. I mean, Arsenal shot themselves in the foot with the second goal as well, but thoroughly deserved on the night. They did the better side over the 94 minutes. I think Arsenal had 2-3 shots on target all night. Dubravka didn't have a great deal to do. Back at Wembley, second time in 3 years. I wonder who Newcastle supporters will be shouting on tomorrow at Anfield. I think I know.
United at St James's Park. I don't know why you were so worried.
I wasn't the one that was worried, Razor. You were petrified. If people could have seen you, the sweat was running off you. You were...
Honest, do you know what? I couldn't eat before the match. I was so nervous. I was so nervous. And look, you might have felt that way as well, and you can understand because of what was at stake. You know, when you look at the draw they've had this season, Nottingham Forest, who are having a great season, I know it was August, and they haven't been great when Newcastle have played them twice away from home. Brentford, who might have been above Newcastle in the league when they met just before Christmas. Chelsea, who are in the top four again, and Arsenal, and they've won both legs, and it'll be Tottenham or Liverpool. Now Tottenham, they're close to the relegation zone, but in that elite group of clubs that, you know, have so much attention on them, they've been in that little club. Whatever happens when they get to Wembley, this has not been the easiest path to the final, and it won't be the easiest route to the Royal Box if they win the trophy. There have been some tough tests. This competition is one that really means a lot to them. They put so much into it and delivered some big results all season.
Yeah, but you just don't want to get to Wembley. You just don't want a weekend in London, a Wembley weekend. You want something to show for it at the end of it. It didn't happen 2 seasons ago when we didn't play well against Manchester United. You know, I'd love to think Spurs could go to Anfield and win. I really do, because I think against Spurs we could definitely beat Spurs. I think the one against Liverpool would be an awful lot closer. But look, enjoy tonight for what it was. It was he changed his formation and it worked. It worked. The three at the back were outstanding. They were brilliant. You know, they never gave Arsenal a sniff. As I say, Arsenal, very few opportunities, no clear-cut opportunities, and over the 2 legs, they've been absolutely outstanding in the 2 legs.
They produced performances to win both legs and win the tie. 4-0 on aggregate, 2-0 tonight, 2-0 at the Emirates, and they're going back to Wembley. If you haven't booked trains, good luck, because I think a lot of fans got in early with their travel and their accommodation, but it'll be an adventure, and maybe this time it will be different. That is to come in 5 or 6 weeks. It's later than normal, the final, but Newcastle United are going to be there, and after a lap of appreciation, the players and staff are making their way off the pitch, and every single one of them, Ando, was brilliant. Murphy and Gordon with the goals after Isak had one disallowed for offside. That was an incredible goal from Isak, and we're going to continue the conversation until at least 10:30 tonight on BBC Radio Newcastle. Simon Pride will be along in a minute. Just a final word from you, because not only did they get through tonight, they made changes. They got Callum Wilson back as well at a key point in the season. So away from the important stuff in terms of what this means tonight, that could be really big for them to get Wilson back, even though he's just on for a few minutes.
It's only going to be unbelievably if he stays fit.
Yeah,
he hasn't been able to stay fit all season. You know, we see him for 15-20 minutes and then you don't see him for 8 weeks. So hopefully they'll be able to keep him fit for the rest of the season, because he could be really important to us. Look at the other boy is he's just a machine. Isak, he's just a terrific player. I mean, the goal that he scored that was disallowed was unbelievable. It was sublime.
Yeah, it's one of his best.
But you'd like to be able to give him a little break. Whether Callum Wilson starts against Birmingham at the weekend, we'll have to wait and see. But we'll worry about that when it comes along. Let's just enjoy tonight for what it is.
Stay with us on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. If you want to call, the number's 0800 234 6565. On WhatsApp, put BBC at the start, save the number into your phone. It's 08000 321 333. Reaction from Eddie Howe coming. We'll bring that to you as soon as we get it. Like I say, here until at least 10:30. Live from St James's Park, where Newcastle United have finished the job. 2-0 up after the first leg, a long wait for the second leg, plenty of nerves, but in the end, no need for nerves when they do what they did again. Jacob Murphy and Anthony Gordon, the goal scorers. 2-0 again tonight. Newcastle United are going back to Wembley. They've reached the League Cup final for the second time in 3 seasons. A 4-0 win over Arsenal on aggregate.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Lots of Newcastle United fans getting excited for the game later. We have got word that Rossi Moore from the Belford Mags is choosing not to go to the game and is instead going to be watching Cinderella with his missus. We thought this is incredible breaking news. I'm pleased to say our roving reporters have tracked down the man in question. Ross, can you confirm or deny the rumours?
There'll be no Cinderella, just the football.
You're not putting your other half ahead of the football for once, Ross.
Never.
It's the foundations for a beautiful relationship. Enjoy the footy, Ross, and enjoy it if you're going. We'll be back tomorrow morning, whatever happens.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
Well, what was everybody worried about? What was everybody worried about? It was pretty straightforward in the end, wasn't it? 4-0 on aggregate. Newcastle United have not just beaten Arsenal, they have comprehensively beaten Arsenal to make it through to, as Razor says, a second Wembley final, a second Carabao Cup final in 3 years. You can react now. 0800 234 6565. Give us a call. Ando and I will be here at St James's Park until 10:30 this evening, so time for you to have your say. You can send a message as well. I can see them pouring into the inbox as I speak. 08000 321 333. Start your WhatsApp with the letters BBC. Text 81333, again beginning with the letters BBC. The players have done their lap of honour. They've headed down the tunnel, bar Anthony Gordon, who was just doing an interview on the pitch. I don't think I've ever seen a player play a football match with quite as much energy as Anthony Gordon, who of course scored the second goal, did this evening. There are still a few Newcastle fans lingering, some of them gathering around where the TV companies are doing their various interviews at the edge of the pitch, just to see Eddie Howe when he comes out later to do that, and any other players as well. But most of those fans now are heading towards the exits. A couple are staying put and waving the massive flags in the Leazes end as well. But yeah, I think it's time now to start planning your trip. It's probably too late to plan your transport, really, because I think all the trains were booked up anyway, with people expecting Newcastle to get through after that first leg. But people will find their way to London by hook or by crook, I am sure. People will sort out their accommodation. The scramble for tickets starts here. Give Steve Howie a call on Total Sport tomorrow evening if you want a ticket.
Sort everybody out.
I'm sure he'll help to sort people out. Ando, you've had a little bit of time to reflect on what you've seen. I mean, there was no point really when you probably felt worried. I mean, even early in the game, Newcastle had the better of things, had that disallowed goal through VAR from Isak, and then scored pretty quickly after that. Arsenal threatened a couple of times early on, but that was it really. And then coming out for the second half, not a great deal changed.
No, I don't think Arsenal really threatened. They hit the post with Odegaard, and then we go straight down the other end and score. But apart from that, Dubravka hasn't had a great deal to do. He's had a few corners to face that he dealt with well, that we defended well. You know, there was people who were worried about the change of formation and going to the 3 centre-backs, and it worked an absolute treat. The 3 of them were brilliant. They were excellent.
And we've got to remember that a lot of people were a little bit sceptical about those tactics.
Yeah,
in that team.
they were, and it worked a treat. You know, to a man, they were great. Arsenal had an awful lot of the ball. You know, an awful lot of people talk about stats and what stats mean and one thing and another, and I think Arsenal had 70-odd% possession, but
yeah,
it's what you do with the possession
really
when you've got it. You know, you can pass the ball to death and pass the ball to death, but if there's no end product at the end of it, it means absolutely nothing. And Arsenal had, I think they had 3 times as many passes as we did, but they did absolutely nothing with it.
I suspect someone who'll be busy right now is the club photographer.
Well, I was expecting one out in the pitch.
They might come out again.
Yeah, they might.
You never know.
No, they won't. There's nobody left.
Loads of messages coming in. I'll come to those in a moment. I think we've got Steve on the line though, who's obviously a Newcastle supporter. Evening, Steve. How are you feeling?
A little bit happy. Only a little bit. I sent you a message back end of the game. Nerves, what nerves? I knew it all along.
Righto.
But Trippier doing all the way that game, giving them some niggle, the so-called dark arts, I thought was fantastic, absolutely fabulous. The people that were sending messages during TalkSport saying, what's he doing? A back three? That back three, the Knights were phenomenal, absolutely brilliant. And Isaac, he had their two centre-back breaking themselves. They were absolutely terrified of him. Yes, from there, John.
Yeah, look, I just said, Steve, just before you came on there, you know, a lot of people in Total Sport questioned the fact that he went to 3 centre-backs, but I thought the 3 of them were immense. I thought they were brilliant. I thought to a man they were exceptional. I thought he got his tactics spot on. You know, the way that we set up, you could see that Arsenal were going to have an awful lot of the ball, but they never looked like hurting us. You know, they never caused us any problems whatsoever for all the possession that they had.
Yeah, and when we had an attack, we looked like we were going to do something with it. Even though we didn't have the ball as much as them, we looked more aggressive with it, more looked as though we were going to do something, like I said, do something with it. They didn't. They just had nothing going forward.
No, and I mean, he got his tactics spot on because he let Arsenal come with us. They threw an awful lot of bodies forward, and we just hit them on the break, you know, with the pace of Murphy, Gordon, Isak, and it caused them all sorts of problems. I mean, the goal that Isak scored that was disallowed was it was a phenomenal finish.
It was only just offside as well, wasn't it?
It was really it was a tough one to take.
Doesn't matter in the end, I guess.
He's just a phenomenal player.
Who do you want in the final, Steve? Is that a silly question?
Like John said before, I was shouting at my mates. I've had a house full of the other night. Come on, you Spurs, tomorrow.
Okay, we'll see. We'll keep a close eye on that, Steve. Thank you very much indeed.
All the best. Take it easy.
Loads of messages. I'll try and get through some of them now. Kev Owens, thank you for your message. He's a Toon fan from Northamptonshire. Thank you, boys, for the great commentary. Great game to listen to. Well-deserved win. Full credit to the boys and for Eddie for his change in formation. It all worked.
Tactical genius.
Yes, he is. That's what he now is.
He is now.
Brian says, my nerves evaporated early for me. We played Arsenal perfectly, roughed them up. The players brought in were excellent. Ando's nemesis, Bruno, led brilliantly despite being outnumbered in midfield, and Isak caused them problems all night, says Brian. This one is from Baza, who says, well done to the lads, this time make it count. I think 2 years ago they let the occasion get to them, also possibly the FA Cup finals in the late 90s, but how are the lads, says Baza, who thinks this time could be the time.
You hope so. Yeah, I just at the Razor at the end of the commentary, you know, he was saying, oh, it's great to be back at Wembley. Yeah, it's great to be back there, but you don't want to just be going for a Wembley weekend. You want something to show for it. You know, you want to be coming away with some silverware.
And I think last time it had been such a long time since they were last there, you could almost be forgiven for seeing it as the great weekend away.
We hadn't been playing, but we hadn't been playing well going into it. That was the problem. And the two in the 90s and the 2000s, we weren't playing well going into them ones either.
So maybe this one will be a bit different.
Fingers crossed, yeah.
Yes. Big Joe's in the Scottish Borders. Thanks to Razor and John, made my night. Thanks again, boys. John wants to know if you're going to do the Dan Burn dance, Ando.
I didn't get any royalties for the last one, so I'm not doing this one.
Maybe if they win it.
Maybe. You never know.
Okay. This one is from Brian. Hi, Simon. I was wrong about the lineup and formation. I've seen criticism from Toon fans of Eddie for playing 5 at the back and Arsenal fans over the moon, but the formation worked.
Yeah.
And I think Tonali is driving the team now. Yeah. He's getting better and better, becoming irreplaceable, a bit like Isak, says Brian.
Yeah.
Gateshead.
Tonali's, I mean, he covered every blade. His awareness of where danger is, he just sees danger, he snuffs it out, gets forward well, uses the ball well. He's getting better game by game. And look at Isak, we've already spoke about. The boy's he's a machine.
This one's from Andy, who just simply says, the cup is coming home, it's coming home, the cup is coming home. So he's confident as far as the final's concerned, despite not knowing the opponents yet. Let's take our hat off to Eddie Howe too. Amazing achievement, says Alan from Cramlington. This one is from Gaz, who says, fantastic result. 2 Wembley finals in 3 years. Just need Spurs to do us a favour and beat Liverpool tomorrow. I really fancy our chances if it was Spurs in the final, says Gaz. And Gareth says, thank you to the Total Sport team for one of the best nights I can remember. Before the game, I was shaking like a shivering dog, and now I'm as happy as a dog with 2 bones. Thank you, Gareth. In Ando we trust. He told us not to worry. Thank you, Pridey Razor and Ando. What a night, says Gareth. I think he's quite happy, isn't he? I love the passion from Razor. Tell me ma, says Martin in Newburn. And one more for now. Who's this one from? It's from John. I'll be honest, Razor, Ando and Pridey, I was really nervous tonight, but credits to Eddie Howe, he got it spot on. I thought the back 3 were magnificent, especially Botman. 2 fullbacks were brilliant as well. Tonali was unreal. I feel for Isak not getting that goal, but I'm overjoyed with Murphy and Gordon. Can't wait for the final. Have a great night, says John. Davey is on the line. How are you doing, Davey?
Hello. I'm happy. It's brilliant, isn't it? Hey man, you know where it is? I was collecting by the food bank as usual, and I woke up this morning and I thought I was going to be really nervous, and I thought, no, I'm going to be positive. We need to be positive. And I kept telling everybody. They were saying, terrified about what's going to happen. I said, we can't be terrified all the time. We need to be positive, and hopefully the team will be positive. And then the crowd were magnificent before the game and during the early kind of like phases of it. And I honestly think that helps the team. If you think it was reminiscent of like PSG. Do you know what I mean? It was just absolutely magnificent, and it seemed easy in the end.
Dave, what?
Because they worked really, really hard.
Why were you nervous? We were 2-0 up.
Yeah, exactly. It was like they had to worry. They had to worry about us more than anything, because they had to come out and score, and they were going to leave space at the back. And I thought the tactic of they were playing a 3 at the back, but every now and then Dan Burn went into the left back position and they pushed Hall forward, and they couldn't handle that. And we had all that space down that side, and Gordon and Hall were running and chasing forward and back the whole game. I thought Botman and Shea were magnificent against Havertz. Shea was laughing at him towards the end because he couldn't do anything against them.
Yeah,
and they didn't really threaten, you know?
No, I thought the 3 centre-backs were outstanding tonight. They covered each other really well. They gave Arsenal no room to play in, no space to play in. Arsenal never really had a clear-cut chance. Yeah. I mean, over the two games, you can't recall Arsenal having too many chances.
Not really.
Over the tie. Never mind the game, but over the tie as a whole, they didn't have too many clear-cut chances at all.
Never really looked like a threat, the German striker. So, what do you think? What are you thinking in terms of the final, Davey?
I'll take anybody, because I mean, we really gave Liverpool a game when they came up, the 3-3. If we're at our best, which I'm thinking the way that Eddie Howe will get them now, having the experience of the loss the last time in the final, I think we'll really go for it, and I think we can beat anybody on what day. I really do. And we just need to keep players fit, and we don't want to have anything stupid happen between now and then, and we just want to give everything. We don't want to come away like we did last time thinking we didn't quite give enough. Yes. You know what I mean? And we just got to give everything, and I think we can do it. I really do.
Thank you very much. Go on, Davey. One more point. Go on.
Cheers, lads.
All right.
Cheers, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
Take it easy.
Thanks very much indeed. If you're quick, you can still get on 0800 234 6565 is the number. Perhaps you're just hopping into your car. There'll be loads of traffic, so why not give us a call before you set off en route? 0800 234 6565. Thank you to everyone who has sent us a message as well. Let me just do a couple more of those. This one is from Mickey, who's actually a Gateshead fan. He says, congratulations, Toon. Enjoy Ando. Nice to see more Geordies at Wembley again. I don't know if this is sarcastic from Christine in Sacriston. I must admit I was a little bit worried when Raheem Sterling was brought on. I think it must be sarcastic.
Really?
Bearing in mind the stage of the game and the form of the player. Anyway, but we were just too good, says Christine. And Gaz says, we didn't just scrape a win. We dominated the two legs. Why was I so nervous before the game? Never doubt Eddie and the boys, says Gaz. And this one says... good day, a Geordie who has been in Oz for 20 plus years. Love listening to the live coverage while I'm at work. I almost feel like I'm there. I especially love it when Ando laughs at the opposition. That's Brendan, aka Geordie, from Melbourne. So we've had Melbourne and Brisbane represented so far this evening in terms of Australia. But it was probably plenty for you to cackle at tonight, wasn't there?
Yeah, look, Arsenal never got a look in. For all the ball all the ball that they had, and again I go back to the point of stats, and people rave on about stats.
Yes.
How many passes you've got. You can pass the ball to death, but if there's no end product at it, I mean, you take this game over the two legs, and I bet you Arsenal have had 80% of the ball and probably had nearly 1,000 passes, if not more, maybe more, and they've never looked like scoring a goal. So what does that tell you about stats? We've had...
Well, stats are still... I mean, we're always having this argument. It's useful to know how much
we've
possession.
Had 20% of the ball.
I don't think anyone's claiming that having a lot of possession means that you're...
It's what you do with the ball when you've got it.
Yeah, so in that case, is expected goals a more useful stat?
No, they're a nightmare.
I think it's probably more useful.
Why?
Well, let's have this argument another time.
We've probably had 20% of the ball over the two legs, and we scored 4 goals.
Would have been a lot higher than Arsenal's over the two games, I imagine, because that's probably a more accurate reflection of who's been more dominant.
Well, just use that instead of using pass stats and everything else. Then.
Well, passing stats are useful as well, just for giving a picture of the game, not necessarily who's the better team, but a picture of the game.
No, it doesn't, because people will look at that and think, Arsenal have absolutely dominated.
No, they won't. They look at that and think they've dominated possession, but not necessarily dominated the game.
But you do. If I looked at that, I go, Arsenal have absolutely battered.
Well, you shouldn't look at it that way.
But that's what you do.
Well, you shouldn't.
So you wouldn't do that with passing.
Look at the possession. No, because there are so many.
So what would you do? You go, they've passed the ball to death.
Yeah, they've had a lot of the ball, but you then look at other stats to tell you what they did with it.
Like what?
Like expected goals, like touches in the opposition box, that sort of thing.
A load of rubbish.
It's a load of rubbish, is it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Anyway, the main stat that matters this evening is probably the scoreline, and it finished 2-0 to Newcastle. I don't know why you hate stats so much.
I do.
They just back up arguments, don't they? That's all. They just help to...
Look, at the main stat, and the only stat that matters is we scored 2 goals. They didn't score any.
Okay, fair enough.
They scored absolutely none. For all the ball they had and all the passes they had, and what they have, 12, 13 corners or whatever.
Let's have a chat to Andrew. Hello, Andrew. How are you doing?
Hi, stats in the river.
All of them.
I agree with you, Andrew. Dead right.
Well, yeah, Andrew, I don't know what I was worried about, to be honest.
Well, I asked you why you were worried.
Oh, you did.
I did, yeah.
I just thought, from the first minute, we were at it. We were at our throats. Arsenal had a little bit of pressure in the first half, but didn't do anything with it. And after that, it was extremely comfortable. We could have won by more. It was 4-0 on aggregate. It could have been 4-0 on the night, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Arsenal... The second goal was all of their own making. They try to play out from the back. They don't learn. Teams don't learn when that high press comes on them. They keep doing it, and sooner or later you're going to have your pocket pinched, and that's exactly what happened with the Gordon goal. But you're right, we could have won it by more. We had other chances. We looked an awful lot more dangerous than Arsenal did. Absolutely, an awful lot more dangerous.
Absolutely, and I said before the game, this is either going to be a tactical masterclass or he's going to look like a duck egg. And thankfully, it was a tactical masterclass because he just absolutely
schooled Arteta yet again. Arsenal don't like to come up here. Arteta doesn't like to come up here. They can't handle the crowd. They can't handle the occasion of playing up here. They just kind of shrink into themselves and you know, for all the possession, they're very toothless up front.
Yeah. What are you saying? They're soft Southerners?
Yes, let's say that, yes.
That's slightly discriminatory towards Southerners, Ando, but I'll let it pass on this occasion.
Look, I agree. I think Arsenal, I don't think they enjoy coming here at all. They don't enjoy the way that we play, the intensity that we play. They like to have time on the ball. They like to be able to pass it around. When they don't get that time, they go into their shell and they disappear. I mean, after the second goal, Arsenal just went missing. They didn't have a clue. They thought it's like running into it. Well, every time we cross halfway and get the 25 yards out, it's like running into a brick wall all the time because the ball just keeps coming back at us all the time. So yeah, look, we spoke beforehand about whether the 5 at the back or 3 at the back was a good plan or not. As it worked out, it was a tactical masterclass. You know, he got it spot on. The 3 of them were absolutely brilliant.
Either were.
It sounds like you're somewhere quite lively, Andrew.
Yes. I've got a well-earned point in my hand, and I'm going to go and enjoy it. Cheers,
go
man.
on, then. Thanks.
So you could have a hangover in the morning. You could be late for work.
There might be a few. There might be a few hangovers tomorrow morning. I do suspect. It's a long journey home for the Arsenal fans. Some of them will be staying overnight and drowning their sorrows. Most of them will be staying overnight, apart from the ones on the buses. And Eddie Howe's just heading down the tunnel now. So Razor will be interviewing him shortly. You'll hear reaction from the Newcastle head coach tomorrow when you wake up as part of Matt Bailey's breakfast programme and in Total Sport tomorrow evening as well. Plenty of time for you to have your say on the programme tomorrow night as we look ahead to the second semi-final in the safe knowledge that Newcastle will be at Wembley again. Ando.
Pridey.
So now, obviously, still some important league games in the meantime. A lot of people's focus is going to be on Wembley. That's the most important thing in a lot of people's eyes now. I think 2 years ago, when we used to talk about what's more important, qualifying for the Champions League or winning a trophy, people were split.
Yeah.
I think more people now probably would say, look, just let's get a trophy in the cabinet, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I think so. After such a long time of not winning a trophy and not winning silverware, I think it's hugely important that we get that off our back. You know, let's go and win it. Something to show for it. We've got tough games in between now on that cup final.
Yes.
You know, we've got an FA Cup tie at Birmingham at the weekend. We then got to Manchester City. We've then got Forest here. We've then go to Liverpool. You know, so they don't get any easier. So we can't take our eye off the league either. You know, we've still got to go and perform, because you want to be going into that cup final on the back of good form. You don't want to be going into it like we were the last time, a little bit
and
on the back foot.
They will hopefully have learned from that.
Definitely.
In terms of the Birmingham game, will you make a lot of changes?
I think he'll make changes. I'm not too sure he'll make too many though, because he knows that's a big game for us as well.
Yeah, okay. Another run.
Yeah,
potentially.
another cup, definitely.
Well, why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
Without a doubt.
If it's there.
2 Wembley appearances in a season, that'll do nicely.
How are you going to go and celebrate?
I'm going home to bed.
I'm not sure whether I believe you.
I am, man.
I probably do.
Yeah.
Aren't you going to go and meet what's his name? Michael Douglas, who I spoke to before the game, said he was going to meet you afterwards.
I don't know who he
says he knows you.
No, well,
Ando, thank you as ever. Thanks to Razor too for the commentary. It's been another emotional night at St James's Park. A lot of people feared that it wouldn't be a foregone conclusion, but in the end, over the 2 legs, it proved to be a 4-goal conclusion for Newcastle. Enjoy your night. It's another at the brink of Wembley edition of Total Sport. Tonight, with a place in the Carabao Cup final at stake, the Magpies have to get it right. There were a lot of people arriving early for a match of this magnitude, and I had a chat to a few of them.
I think 1-0. I think we'll win. A little bit apprehensive, but I think we'll be all right.
Who's going to win? Newcastle?
Yeah. Yes.
Win, yeah.
Score early and we'll win.
We'll destroy them for pace tonight.
You're a mascot. How excited are you about that?
Very excited. Walking the pitch with the players.
What do you think the score is going to be for you?
2-1 win.
You look a bit nervous, Carol.
I am. A bit nervous.
Razor has the all-important team news.
No Joe Linton in the squad. Kieran Trippier comes in, as does Sven Botman.
I'm surprised that he's gone to a 3.
Andrew is on the line. Are you the Andrew that messaged saying you felt sick? Or are you different Andrew?
Yes, that's me.
That's to you, okay.
Hey, by the way, have you had yourself a couple of pints, have you?
That's next on the agenda, John.
Is it?
We are now going to hear local hero from the musician Johnny Blue Hat, who stands on the halfway line and he performs. This is a good addition, Ando, on a big night.
Just decent, isn't it?
Yeah, adds to the pre-match flavour. The black and white flags have been put down and now the black and white scarves are being twirled around. 2-0 up after a brilliant win in North London a month ago. Will they do it? Bruno to Tonali and then Gordon onto Alexander Isak into the penalty area. Here's Isak. It's there! What a start! Alexander Isak with an incredible finish. The goal will not count. That's the referee confirming that it's offside. Still 0-0. Isak with a good help on. Gets it back from Gordon. He's in again. Oh, he's hit the woodwork. Murphy has scored. Jacob Murphy for Newcastle United. And they will take the lead on the night. And it's Newcastle United 1, Arsenal 0 and 3-0 on aggregate. And there are 45 minutes to navigate and they will be going back to Wembley. But the job is still not done. Not the best for Saliba, has lost it to Gordon. Gordon with an open goal and it's just wide. But missed the target. Raya puts the ball on the floor. Gordon goes to close down. Shares won it. Gordon! This time it's in! This time it's in from Anthony Gordon. And Newcastle United are almost there. 52 minutes played in the second leg. 2-0 on the night again. And 4-0 to Newcastle United on aggregate.
Game, set, match. Pack your bags, go home, get your rail tickets, get your hotel tickets, get anything you want, because there's no way in the world Arsenal are recovering from this.
They have done it. There's going to be another Wembley weekend because Newcastle United are into a second League Cup final in 3 seasons. Jacob Murphy in the first half and Anthony Gordon in the second have secured Newcastle United's return to Wembley on a special night at St James's Park. And it's the sort of night that for many years these fans could only dream of. But Eddie Howe and his team are making this a reality and are making this a bit of a habit. And this season could still bring silverware. What an achievement to get back to Wembley, and what a prospect on Sunday the 16th of March, Newcastle United in another cup final